Well, here in chapter 10, if listeners can recall, this follows the ordination of Aaron and his sons. Last time we talked about, some of the priestly garments and the ceremony associated with, consecrating them and making sure that the tabernacle and the people who minister in the tabernacle were expunged of impurity, again, decontaminated, that sort of thing. And right on the heels of that, we get chapter 10. And we're sort of prepped for this by verses 23 and 24 of the preceding chapter, chapter 9. So I'm going to read those. It says, Moses and Aaron went into the tent of meeting, and when they came out, they blessed the people. And the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. And fire came out from before the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the pieces of fat on the altar. And when all the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their faces. So here we have, again, this phrase, before the Lord, which we're going to talk about again. It refers to the immediate presence, which we know, again, from preceding material and other biblical passages, was the Holy of Holies inside the tent. So somehow fire comes out, through the structure and the apparatus of the tabernacle, consumes the offering, and basically it's a signal that everything's okay, everything's decontaminated, we're all set to go. And then we move into chapter 10, and sort of to emphasize the necessity of precise, complete compliance with all of the ritual laws that we've read about up to this point, and maintaining, again, this decontaminated status. This chapter preserves a brief story, a brief episode of the death of two of Aaron's sons, Nadav and Avihu, because they do something improper. They make an improper incense offering, and they are struck down by God's fire. So as we look at the chapter, there's actually four things going on here. You have the death of these two men, again, prematurely, obviously, in the first 7 verses. And then you get some regulations about prohibiting priests from consuming alcoholic or intoxicating beverages prior to officiating in the ritual, in the cult, in the tabernacle. And some people, because that's verses 8 through 11, some people assume that because we have those 3 verses follow the Nadav and Avihu tragedy, that Nadav and Avihu were drunk. Okay, I don't take that view. I think there's nothing in the text that can actually make that direct accusation, but there's still a logic to the beverage prohibition. We'll get to that. And then after verse 11, you have sort of a restatement of the requirement that priests eat the portions of the sacrifices that they're allowed to eat within specified areas, again, of sacred space, of the holy ground that is the tabernacle complex. And then lastly, the chapter ends with Moses' instructions to Aaron and a little bit of a problem regarding the disposition of the sin offering that had been brought by the people as part of the dedication of the tabernacle. And we'll get to what the problem was there, and an explanation that Moses accepts, that some wonder if it's really satisfactory or not, but we'll get to that. But essentially what you have happen in this chapter is you have an object lesson of the importance, in other words, God's ultra low level of tolerance for contaminating sacred space and for not going through the proper procedures. And then you also have sort of supplemental content to that to remind the priests, okay, to do your duties correctly and to not mess up. Don't drink alcohol before it's your turn to officiate. Make sure that you eat the proper portion of the sacrifice, and not only that, but eat it where it should be eaten. Again, there's just these little sort of re-emphasized stipulations, because the lesson is pretty simple. Don't be like Nadav and Avi, or else you're going to wind up dead. I was going to say toast. I guess almost literally they were toast. But that's the big lesson. Just reminding you of their example. Don't be like this. Don't let this happen to you. So let's jump in here to the actual violation here, and I'll read the first few verses here of chapter 10. It says, Now Nadav and Avihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his censer and put fire in it and laid incense on it and offered, the ESV has, unauthorized fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them. And fire came out from before the Lord, there's that phrase again, and consumed them, and they died before the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron, This is what the Lord has said. Among those who are near me, I will be sanctified, and before all the people, I will be glorified. And Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, Come near. carry your brothers away from the front of the sanctuary and out of the camp. So they came near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. Again, they're trying to avoid touching a corpse, which would contaminate them. And Moses said to Aaron and Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons, do not let the hair of your heads hang loose, and do not tear your clothes, lest you die, and wrath come upon all the congregation. But let your brothers, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning that the Lord has kindled. And do not go outside the entrance of the tent of meeting, lest you die. For the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses. Now, those are the first 7 verses, and sort of what's memorable about this chapter. Again, some of these instructions can basically be summed up into don't mourn. Don't do some of the mourning things, go to your house and rip your clothes and all that kind of stuff. You stay right here, and you don't do any of that. So we'll get to that as well. But let's go back to the beginning of the passage, where the 2 sons of Aaron take the censer and put fire in it. It's a term that just means coals of fire, and lay incense on it. So they're going to sprinkle something on it, of course, to create, the not only the scent, but also the smoke, for the burning incense. But they offer, quote, unauthorized fire. More literally, it would be strange fire. I think that's the way the King James renders it. They offer unauthorized fire before the Lord, which is a good translation because of the following line, which he had not commanded them. So they do something that they were not commanded to do. It sort of befuddled people, and it is sort of a somewhat difficult scene to sort of figure out, what exactly did they do? The Hebrew here is Eish Zarah, alien fire, strange fire. Again, unauthorized is a translation that picks up on the line that follows. And it's legit because they weren't commanded to do it. So the difficult word, Eish, fire, is clear, something that's burning. The difficult word is Zarah. So why is this act, and why is this burning of incense here, why is it alien or unauthorized? The text doesn't really specify the offense committed by the 2 priests, but it just says that they do something that had not been specifically ordained. In other words, it wasn't part of the procedure. Now, again, the apparent, I think, again, there's a way to sort of construct an answer here, and that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to go through some other passages and look for some of these parallel phrases, because I think if we do that, an answer sort of emerges as to what they did, what was offensive. And I think, again, generally speaking, we could say that what they do wrong was that Nadav and Avihu penetrate too far into the sanctuary. In other words, they went onto sacred space designated for the high priest in accord with a specific procedure. And they also could have brought, coals for burning incense from an incorrect source, where the coals were actually taken from. But I think the one thing that's more apparent is that they're doing something that the high priest was supposed to do, and therefore was not prescribed to them because they're not the high priest. And that procedure required them to penetrate too far into the sanctuary, into the sacred space. And that's what they did wrong. At least that's a sort of a core aspect of it. And the way you get that is to look at a parallel reference to this episode in Leviticus 16, 1 through 3. So I'm going to flip over there quickly and read the first 3 verses here of Leviticus 16. It says, "The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron." So again, this scene is in retrospect. "When they drew near before the Lord and died. The Lord said to Moses, 'Tell Aaron your brother not to come at any time into the holy place inside the veil before the mercy seat that is on the ark, so that he may not die.'" So that suggests that perhaps Nadav and Avihu had penetrated the veil or gotten too close to it, because again, the high priest is supposed to do this once a year, and that's what Leviticus 16 is about. So God's saying, look, you don't do this just any time. I'm going to tell you when you're supposed to do this, when you're supposed to offer incense on the altar of incense that is positioned, if you remember the layout of the tabernacle, it's positioned right in front of the veil, behind which is the Ark of the Covenant. So I'm going to tell you when you're supposed to do that. So that, again, that's a hint that, maybe, and very possibly, this is what they had done. God continues in the rest of verse 2 in Leviticus 16. Well, I'll just read verse 2 over. "The Lord said to Moses, 'Tell Aaron your brother not to come at any time into the holy place inside the veil before the mercy seat that is on the ark, so that he may not die. For I will appear in the cloud over the mercy seat.'" Verse 3, "But in this way Aaron shall come into the holy place." Now this is how he should do it. "With a bull from the herd for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. And then it continues. So procedurally, not only is it the high priest that's supposed to go to this point and do a certain thing on a certain day of the calendar, but before doing it, you've got to bring the proper offerings, again, to decontaminate yourself and to sanctify the area. And there's no record of Nadav and Avihu preceding, doing that, to preemptively prepare the space or themselves for, again, penetrating that far into the sanctuary. And even if they had done it, they're the ones they're not the ones supposed to be doing it. So they still would have created a problem. They still would have transgressed. But again, Leviticus 16 gives us a bit of an idea. If you continue on in Leviticus 16 without getting too much into the content, because we'll hit obviously Leviticus 16 at some point in the podcast, it says this in verse 11. Aaron shall present the bull as a sin offering for himself and shall make atonement for himself and for his house. Again, that, in effect covers everybody, the priesthood, at least descended from Aaron. And he shall kill the bull as a sin offering for himself. And he shall take a censer full of coals of fire from the altar before the Lord, and 2 handfuls of sweet incense beaten small, and he shall bring it inside the veil. So here we have a specific location for the coals that they should be taken from this altar, this location, and then brought in, again, penetrating the sacred space to this point. Again, we don't see anything like that in Leviticus 10. It just says that Nadav and Avihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his censer and put fire in it, coals of fire, and laid incense on it. Okay, and they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them. So again, here in Leviticus 16, we have a specific procedure that mentions where you get the coals, what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to precede your presence there with the blood offering and all this kind of stuff. And again, going back to Leviticus 16, after the proper procedure, verse 13 says, he shall put the incense on the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is over the ark of the testimony. Why? So that he doesn't die. So you have this phrase, so that he may not die, repeated twice in Leviticus 16, and the context of Leviticus 16 as it opens is what happened to Nadav and Avihu. Because that's the way Leviticus 16 opens. The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron. Basically, okay, here's what they did wrong. Here's you don't just go in any time and by implication any way, but this is the way. Verse 3: Aaron shall come into the holy place. So I think it's a really strong suggestion that this is the problem with Nadav and Avihu, the penetration and the violation of the procedure. And of course, they weren't the ones supposed to be doing anyway, so they weren't the ones commanded to do this. So I think that is what's going on here. Now, yet another parallel passage that, again, sort of alludes to some of these things in Exodus 30, verses 1 to 10. Let's read a little bit of that. It says, Exodus 30, starting in verse 1, you shall make an altar on which to burn incense. So now these are the instructions about building the altar of incense that we just read about in Leviticus 16. You shall make it of acacia wood. It's this long, it's this wide. We get the dimensions and all that. And it says in verse 6, and you shall put it in front of the veil that is above the ark of the testimony, in front of the mercy seat that is above the testimony, where I will meet with you. So we know that's where it's positioned. Verse 7, and Aaron shall burn fragrant incense on it. Every morning when he dresses the lamps, he shall burn it. So he can burn incense on it, just on that. But when there's only one time a year when he's actually going to move beyond the veil, and incense is involved in that, but also, again, sanctifying the presence through the blood offering. Again, it's just a little hint that sort of helps frame the discussion of Leviticus 10, that in verse 9 in Exodus 30 actually says, you shall not offer unauthorized incense. Ketoret zara. There's that word zara again. Again, the incense altar that's right in front of the veil, which obscures the ark from vision and, frankly, from your presence, that's only supposed to have incense burned on it in a certain way, with coals from a certain place, by a certain person. And again, you take all this back to Leviticus 10, I think it does frame the issue there. So I would say that Nadav and Avihu penetrate too far into sacred space that was meant only for the high priest. And not only had they not gone through the purification procedure that we just read about in Leviticus 16, but they also kind of assumed they could do his job to offer incense, quote, before the Lord. Now, let's take a look at that language, too. I want to say a little something about the before the Lord language. We read in verse 2 of Leviticus 10 that the fire that killed Nadav and Abihu came out from before the Lord. So the language before the Lord is the same as occurs in these related passages for the space at the veil where the altar of incense was. Curiously, though, the fire that emanated from the Lord's presence killed Nadav and Abihu after the fact of their violation. In other words, after they'd gone back out of the holy place, like right after they get out of the tented area. That's either how we would read where they find the bodies, or they are struck with fire on the spot before the Lord, and they manage to get out of the tented area, and then they die, outside the area, because that's where the corpses are picked up. Their bodies are removed from, quote, in front of the sanctuary. So either they're struck with fire on the spot and they make it out, or God strikes them as soon as they leave the tented holy area. Again, there's a little bit of an ambiguity there, but the fire, again, originates from the divine presence. That much is clear. So it suggests, again, that the death of the corpse would actually took place in its, in finality terms, outside the holy tented area, the holy place. And then, of course, part of that is the most holy place, the inner sanctum. And that kind of makes sense, because a corpse would have defiled, any sacred space, but it sort of removes death, at least in terms of the corpse, from the most holy area. Because we talked about this before with like loss of blood and seminal emissions and things like that. Yahweh, again, predominantly speaking, was associated with life, not death. Now, it was very clear that Yahweh had power over life and death. Again, work in both directions there. But he was the God of the living. He was the source of life. He was the creator, that kind of thing. So it could be, again, this is a bit speculative, it could be that the fact that they don't have to be picked up, the corpses don't have to be picked up in the actual tented holy place, might have been, again, sort of theological messaging that, especially if God waits, till they get outside to zap them, that this notion of, I have to punish this violation, but I'm not a God of death. I'm a God of life, and I don't want death to be associated with, with me. I'm the living God, and that sort of thing. So it could have had a sort of a peripheral object lesson other than the main object lesson, that don't screw up. Don't screw up the procedures. Don't presume to usurp duties of the high priest, so on and so forth. So who's the lesson for? There's an interesting phrase here that I think has kind of an interesting application for us, and that is in verse 3. It says, "Then Moses said to Aaron, this is what the Lord has said, quote, 'Among those who are near me, I will be sanctified, and before all the people, I will be glorified.' And Aaron held his peace." So there's a distinction here between the people generally, that they're going to get the message and they're going to fear God. I will be glorified. But then there's this other group, those who are near me. Okay, among those who are near me, I will be sanctified. And of course, it's a reference to the priesthood. That again, my presence needs to be protected from you, because you will profane it. You are lesser. You will bring impurity into my presence. And again, it's the lesson of sacred space, that which is sanctified versus that which is common. But I think it's kind of interesting that the text, and again for obvious reasons in the Old Testament context, draws this distinction between the masses and then the priests. The priests are karov, those who come near. They're special. They're different. You get the same language in Ezekiel 42 and Ezekiel's temple vision. It's only the karov priests that are near to God. They draw near because they're sanctified, so on and so forth. You have phrases like karovim ladonai. Those who draw near to me shall eat the holy offerings. Again, in Ezekiel and different passages. So again, this distinction between priesthood and laity is what I'm getting at here, because now, again, think about it. Put yourself in the mind of a first century Jew who knows the system and had been taught about the distinction between the priesthood and the laity. We don't have that anymore. That's foreign to the New Testament. Okay, there's this concept of every believer is a priest, and that's the way everyone's looked at. So every believer, every follower of Yahweh, the entirety of the people of God, the masses here that can rightfully be called the people of God, every one of those are those who draw near and can draw near and ought to, and God wants them to. Again, we've read some of these passages before in Hebrews about boldly entering into the sacred space. So it's another, again, distinction that is illegitimate for today. I mean, and I don't mean to sort of pound too much on the idea of a priesthood or a professional ministry. I could go off in lots of directions about vocational ministry, pro and con, and all that sort of stuff. And this isn't really the podcast episode for that. But I think there's a line that's crossed when Christian service, let's just be as broad as we possibly can, when those who are in full-time Christian service, vocational Christian service, make too much of the distinction that their office and even their clothing and where they can stand and walk in a given church service, how that distances them from the laity. And that's where a lot of this priest stuff in Christianity comes from. It comes from a reading back to Leviticus and to the theocracy. Well, newsflash, okay, the theocracy is over with, and it was planned to become obsolete. So I don't know why we have to sort of bring the baggage along. Again, this is just something that I think is an important element of biblical theology. And it really touches on the whole divine counsel thing about God originally wanting a family. He wanted a family who worked for him at the beginning. There were no priests and laity distinction. Everybody was in the presence of God. Everybody was the humans were supposed to be part of the divine counsel group that helped God get things done, either, in the invisible world or, of course, the visible world, the world of humanity, the world of embodiment. We all worked, God wanted us to all work for the same company. Okay, Divine Counsel Incorporated, whatever you want to call it. And it was a family business. The ground was equal. The ground was level. And then, of course, that, goes its way. And when we get these reinstallments of the kingdom of God, well, then God institutes a theocracy. But even that's planned to be obsolete because that's how the New Testament salvation history plan plays out. So you get in the New Testament and it says we're all priests. Every believer is a priest. Again, I think there's a point to that. I think it actually means something. And for us to blur it or obscure it by, again, there's nothing wrong with elevating certain people in terms of respect. Paul talks about that as well, and the writer of Hebrews does too, about respecting the elders and whatnot. But ontologically and in terms of worship, in terms of nearness to God, there is no distinction. Okay, the only thing that distinguishes them is, frankly, responsibility. Okay, it's not nearness to God, it's accountability. And I think when we get away from that, when we start to, again, professionalize the ministry or super sanctify it, we're getting away from an important element of New Testament theology and, frankly, biblical theology. So in verse 4, going back to Leviticus 10 here, we read verse 4 about carrying the bodies in their coats and so on and so forth. And again, that was done. That was necessary to avoid contamination. And it's also necessary for Aaron's cousins to remove the bodies of the dead priests because the two remaining sons of Aaron, Eleazar and Ithamar, had just been consecrated as priests. And so they can't be the ones to carry the corpses out because what happens if they defile themselves? Well, who's going to do the priestly stuff? Because Nadav and Abihu are dead. So again, we get the cousins here in on the act, to take care of the problem. And again, that's why they're singled out, because we've just lost half the priesthood in this episode. Now, the second section, again, is about intoxicants. In verse 8, we'll just read that. The Lord spoke to Aaron, saying, drink no wine or strong drink, you or your sons with you, when you go into the tent of meeting, lest you die. It will be a statute forever throughout your generations. Now, again, this has been read as having something to do with Nadav and Abihu. And I'm not saying that can't be the case. I'm just saying I think a better case is to go to Leviticus 16 and say the problem was, penetrating too far and not doing the proper procedures and usurping something that was for the high priest. And you could say, well, maybe they were drunk. Maybe that's what led to those bad decisions. Okay, you could say that. I don't think that is the explanation, though, which on occasion you'll read. But just generally, intoxicants, alcoholic beverages are forbidden to the priest precisely because drinking them would impair their abilities, their faculties, their ability to perform their tasks. They would not be able to do what they needed to do, or they might be blinded or their senses dulled to distinguishing between the sacred and the profane, and whether it's an object or some place they're supposed to walk or not walk. Again, this is just a precautionary note because of the concept of sacred space, and because in this day and age, you could be struck down, just like Nadav and Avihu were, for messing up. And so, again, the larger lesson is don't be like this. Okay, don't do this. You get the third section of Leviticus 10, requirement that priests eat their allotted portions within the specified areas. At verse 12, it says, Moses spoke to Aaron, to Eleazar, and Ithamar, his surviving sons, take the grain offering that is left of the Lord's food offerings, eat it unleavened beside the altar, for it is most holy. You shall eat it in a holy place, because it is your due and your son's due from the Lord's offerings, for so I am commanded. But the breast that is waved and the thigh that is contributed to you shall eat in a clean place, you and your sons, so on and so forth. Again, we get these regulations of where to eat it, what to eat, that sort of thing. Again, the point is the same. Follow the procedures. We've already given you the procedures, in prior chapters, prior revelation, prior, scripture here leading up to Leviticus 10. It's all been laid out. So follow the rules. Don't violate sacred space. Now, you'd think, that would sort of be the end of it, but the chapter actually doesn't end there. It ends with sort of a little kind of mini episode that, was possibly another close call, but, it was averted. So let me just read that, and we'll finish up here in Leviticus 10. Verse 16 says, Now Moses diligently inquired about the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burned up. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the surviving sons of Aaron. I love that line. These are the only ones that are left, and now Moses is mad at them. Like, 17, why have you not eaten the sin offering in the place of the sanctuary, since it is a thing most holy and has been given to you, that you may bear the iniquity of the congregation to make atonement for them before the Lord? Why haven't you followed this procedure? Behold, its blood was not brought into the inner part of the sanctuary. You certainly ought to have eaten it in the sanctuary as I commanded. And the answer is, verse 19, Aaron said to Moses, Behold, today they have offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord, and yet such things as these have happened to me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would the Lord have approved? And when Moses heard that, he approved. He was okay. Now, the point is, there's a reference here back to the rule, which is in Leviticus 6, okay, about bringing the blood inside the sanctuary and so on and so forth, okay? It says, But no sin offering may be eaten from which any blood is brought into the tent of meeting for expiation in the sanctuary. Any such shall be consumed in fire. So that's the problem here. So since the blood of this sin offering had not been brought inside the sanctuary, the proper portions of the sacrifice, were to be eaten by the priest at this specific location. Now, Aaron sort of excuses this. He excuses the failure of the priests to do what they should have done by explaining to Moses that his sons thought that they shouldn't eat of the sacrifice because of what had happened with Nadav and Avihu. In other words, even though they were forbidden from mourning gestures and from leaving, the sacred area and going to their house to mourn, even though that had been forbidden to them, Aaron says, look, they're in mourning anyway because of what had happened. And so, they just thought that they shouldn't eat of the sacrifice. They shouldn't participate. It's not a happy time. It's not an occasion for, having sort of a celebratory meal with God. And then the chapter ends, when Moses heard that, he approved. Okay, I get it. In other words, Moses accepts it. We don't read, any more about, God being upset with that rationale or Moses having to take that to the Lord or anything like that. So again, it was possibly a close call because it's true. They didn't do what they normally should have done, but this is what Aaron says. We could say it's an excuse, maybe, but I think there is coherence to it. Whether we can sit here and judge Aaron and say, well, maybe he made that up, maybe that wasn't it. But again, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, because the text doesn't rail on him for anything additional. Okay, it wasn't a happy time, and they just decided we're not going to pretend it is a happy time. This is the only way we can express our mourning, and we feel bad about what happened. So that's okay. Again, that's the way the chapter answers it, or ends and answers the issue. So just to sort of summarize here, again, with just a few points, teaching points, application points, whatever you want to call them. The whole chapter really focuses on the importance of sacred space. The idea that Yahweh's space needs to be distinguished from other space. It's not just theory anymore. Okay, it changed from theory to reality when two guys got fried. Okay, it's not just theoretical. And the people, the priesthood, and all the people know this now. So it's going to strike fear into them, and it's going to put a seriousness to the matter we need to learn the lesson God wants us to learn. We need to learn the theology God wants us to learn, because we don't want this to ever happen again. And again, that's the point that's reinforced by the chapter. Again, it's a good life lesson. Why I keep repeating the same sorts of errors in our own Christian life, and we know what we're supposed to do and we don't. Well, sometimes God has to let us suffer. Sometimes it has to hurt for the lesson to sink in. And again, that's sort of the point of Leviticus 10. The second thought, again, even though we don't need or have a physical temple, sacred space can still be violated. And you say, well, where do you get that, Mike? Well, in 1 Corinthians 11, remember, this is the Lord's Supper chapter. Paul says, because of something you're doing in connection with the Lord's Supper observance, some are sick and some have died prematurely. So the implication is that God is holding people accountable in some way for some offense in 1 Corinthians 11. And if any of you have ever gone up to my blog and, read my take on what's going on there, I don't think it's about unconfessed sin. I think it's about what Paul actually tells us in the context, that some of the poor are being mistreated. They used to have a celebratory feast, a love feast, in conjunction with observing the Lord's Supper in New Testament times. And Paul's big gripe is, look, those of you who don't need the food, you have enough. You're crowding out the poor, or you're neglecting them, or you're doing something where they're not getting enough to eat, but you're just sort of filling your faces at this thing, and that just isn't right. If you want to have a meal, go home, because you have the goods. You have enough, but some people don't. And so this is really a blessing to them to be able to eat a full meal like this, shared goods again. And to them, it's not just a luxury; it's really important. So that's the problem in 1 Corinthians 11, and apparently God, was judging that. In 2 Corinthians 6, God talks about, how, through Paul, that we are the temple of God, and we shouldn't be partnering again with the powers of darkness and just people who are not loyal to Yahweh, and so on and so forth. And again, the 2 Corinthians 6 talks about some of the ill effects, some of the polluting effects that can have. So even though we don't have sacred space that's ground, and even though our bodies as believers are indwelt by the Spirit, even though we are sacred space, there are things we can do to violate sacred space even today. Again, that's the point. And then lastly, the line about among those who are near me, I kind of like, because I'm a big believer in the priesthood of the believer idea, because it's biblical theology. So we need to take care, if we are in vocational ministry, for those who we're under in church that have a vocational ministry, we need to help them remember this and say, look, it's not about spirituality. It's not about being nearer to God than someone who's not in vocational ministry. It's about accountability. It's about responsibility. You're no more sanctified than I am. You have no more of the Spirit dwelling in you than I do. Okay, we are all believer priests. Okay, we can all be ones that draw near to the Lord. It's not about, again, spirituality or standing before God. It's about these other things, accountability and responsibility. So I think we can take some good lessons from Leviticus 10. It's an interesting chapter, but also I think a fairly practical one too.
How much of God did the Jews fear? I mean, back in Leviticus 9, when the fire came out before the Lord and consumed the burnt offerings, and here the fire came out again before the Lord and consumed the brothers. I mean, that's got to be pretty scary. I mean, and then they fall to their faces in at the end of Leviticus 9, when the Jews fall to their face. I mean, how scary and scared of God were they?
Well, I personally think, I would not say that every passage that refers to the fear of the Lord is not about mere reverence, because that's the way these passages usually get taken. Oh, that refers to revering God and respecting God. Well, it certainly does, but I think some of them, for sure, because of this, these kind of contexts, makes the fear of the Lord to be even more than just reverence. That they're living at a day and time when God could directly intervene and make a point like this. And I think they did, especially the nearer you were, I think, to the Mosaic period, the more prone you probably would have been to something like this. And I'm not saying these sorts of things didn't happen later in Israel's history. They did. But I think that was part of it, that there was legitimate concern about your bodily well-being if you were out of step with God, that would have been part of the way you process that, or at least should have. And I think a lot of the godly Israelites would have, that God can judge us this way. And the New Testament, this actually isn't foreign. I mean, like John says, there is a sin unto death. In other words, there's a point at which, when if you persist in sin, God is no longer interested in forgiveness or that kind of process. God has to intervene and say, okay, we're past the point of no return. I need to take this believer. They're still a believer, but I need to take this believer home, because John is writing that to Christians. I mean, there is this sense, the writer of Hebrews, it's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Now you could say, well, that's about eschatological judgment, and it sort of is, but there's still this sense that God will act. You're not going to, it's not just theory, it's not just passive, that sort of idea. 1 Corinthians 11, I think, is a good case, where there apparently is, some sort of judgment going on because of what they were doing. This is not foreign to the New Testament. Look at, we went through Acts, Ananias and Sapphira. Apparently, God decides, well, we need to have an object lesson here, and it's not indiscriminate, it's not repetitive, it's not frequent. The fact that it isn't frequent, I think again makes the whole notion of, God looking at the situation. Okay, we need an object lesson. We've crossed a line here. People need to be reminded, and better one or two to make the point than something more drastic, that kind of thing. So I think this was, part of their theology, and it wasn't just mere behave, or respect or that kind of thing, even though that's certainly a part of it. You don't lose that. But this other thing over there is sort of the elephant in the room when it comes to how they're thinking about what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and remember, Ananias Acts, that's New Testament.
Yeah.
I mean, that's after Christ, and he's still...
Yeah. Same with the Corinthian church. You have these instances. Again, the sin unto death. I mean, this thinking is not utterly foreign to the New Testament after the cross. It just isn't. Leviticus 11, again, I'm not going to read through all of this about the clean and the unclean and the cloven hooves and the bald locusts and all this kind of
Mike,
stuff.
I just got one last thing. As long as you make these ideas are kosher.
Yeah, there you go.
I just had to get that in there.
You just had to do that. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I mean, it sort of is what it is. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but I'll read through some parts of it here to get us started. But just generally speaking here, the food rules, the clean and unclean animal rules here in Leviticus 11 and in other passages like Deuteronomy 14, you get a restatement of some of this. They're concerned with food derived typically from animals, that is flesh or meat, and it's not really concerned with other food that isn't meat. Like, let's just take leaven. Okay, so that the whole issue of leaven is not addressed in Leviticus 11. It's flesh and meat, the consumption of different animals. It's also not concerned with food made unclean by contact with something else unclean. So the focus here in this chapter are animals that are clean or unclean, fit for consumption or allowed for consumption or not. Now, Leviticus 11 is the most thorough treatment of this in the Old Testament. As I mentioned before, you get a little bit of this in Deuteronomy 14. It's more concise there, not as lengthy and detailed as this one. But so we may mention Deuteronomy a little bit, but we're going to try to focus here on Leviticus 11. So let's just read a few lines here and there just so people get the feel for it. Leviticus 11 opens this way. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying to them, "Speak to the people of Israel, saying, These are the living things that you may eat among all the animals that are on the earth. Whatever parts the hoof," okay, whatever parts the hoof, the hoof is cloven or sectioned, I guess we could say. Whatever parts the hoof and is cloven-footed and chews the cud among the animals you may eat. Among the Hebrews, they're sort of the beasts of the field, that kind of thing you may eat. Nevertheless, among those that chew the cud or part the hoof, you shall not eat these. Okay, so there's exceptions here. The camel, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the rock badger, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the hare, because it chews the cud and does not part the hoof, is unclean to you. And the pig, because it parts the hoof and is cloven-footed but does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. You shall not eat any of their flesh, and you shall not touch their carcasses. They are unclean to you. Now, you'll notice in that section, that's the first 8 verses, that the pig isn't viewed any more negatively than the other ones. Okay, so this whole thing with pork has somehow become more pronounced in the popular conception of Jews and Judaism. I don't really know why. There might be a clue in terms of of antiquity why this was the case. We'll get to that a little bit later. But even that, again, is going to have problems, as we'll see. But the news flash here to start with is that pork is not specifically singled out as more abominable than these other things that are forbidden. The pigs are right in there with the list of these animals that, both conditions have to be met: cloven-footed and chew the cud. So again, there's no special, abhorrence right there in that section. So then it goes on to these you may eat that are in the waters. Okay, whatever in the waters has fins and scales, whether in the seas or the rivers you may eat. But anything in the seas or the rivers that does not have fins and scales, or of the swarming creatures in the waters, or the living creatures that are in the waters, is detestable to you. So this is how the whole chapter goes through. I think most people who have attempted to read Leviticus have run into this, or maybe culturally, again, just the familiarity with Judaism, either through friends or TV or, discussions you may have had, you run into this on a more popular level. So this is the chapter, though, that all of this stuff sort of emerges from. By way of general observation, let's just make a few observations here. This chapter is addressed to all Israelites, and the laws in here are applicable at all times. In other words, you're not going to have an exception made of an exception at some point under some, condition. And when it comes to land animals, you have those that may be eaten are distinguished by 3 criteria. They have hooves, the hooves are cloven in 2, and they chew the cud. So this broadly actually describes sort of a zoological suborder. These are what biologists and zoologists would call the ruminants. Again, which includes, among others, all the animals bred for food by Israelites: cattle, sheep, goats. Again, they're all ruminants. Now, Deuteronomy 14:5 lists these along with, these domesticated ruminants, along with some wild species that are also ruminants and also acceptable: deer and the gazelle. But other large animals, again, that don't meet these criteria are forbidden. And specifically, you have certain animals, of course, including the pig, but not exclusive to the pig, which are said to either chew the cud or have cloven hooves, but not both. So you need all of the conditions. Now, one note here, the expression chew the cud implies, again, this is a good example of, again, that Scripture's not doing science. The quote-unquote science in it is based upon the language of experience, phenomenological language. The expression to chew the cud implies that these animals have multiple stomachs, which the ruminants would. But that's actually inaccurate when it comes to the rock badger and the hare or the rabbit, which are forbidden. They're not true ruminants. So again, this would be a scientifically incorrect statement if the point was science, if the point was actually to observe the ruminant class and determine that class by multiple stomachs, because that's technically what chewing the cud has to have. Again, but this is not a scientific statement. It's based upon the appearance. And in this case, with the rock badger and the hare, they give the appearance of chewing their food for a long time, like a ruminant would, but they actually don't. But they're still, unclean anyway, even though they're classified like ruminants are. They're still unclean because they lack a cloven hoof. But again, it's just another example of non-scientific, scientifically imprecise language that, in my mind, that's fine, because again, we let Scripture be what it is. We let the Bible be what it is. This sort of description is very clearly based on visual observation and not something, more scientific. When it gets to creatures of the water, those that are permitted have fins and scales. Now that covers most but not all fish, and it excludes mollusks and crustaceans, in other words, shellfish. So those would be unacceptable. When it comes to creatures of the air, birds or larger flying creatures like bats would be included here, and flying insects. They're treated separately. There's no criteria actually given for birds, which ones are clean and unclean. There's only a list of the ones that you shouldn't eat. And typically, the ones that are eliminated are carrion eaters. In other words, they eat dead flesh. So there's a little bit of imprecision here broadly because there's no criteria. Some of the terminology that's used for the birds that are forbidden, scholars aren't quite sure, which specific species today, in today's parlance would be in view. So there's a little bit of ambiguity, but generally speaking, they're sort of eliminated because they tend to eat dead flesh. That makes them off limits. Now, all birds not in this list In other words, if when you look at Leviticus 11 and you read the list of forbidden birds, even though you don't have criteria for why they're forbidden, other than it seems like they're carrion eaters. When you look at that list, if you're looking for a bird that isn't in the list, most scholars would say that you can presume that bird was acceptable to eat. In other words, they take the list as being I don't want to say sacrosanct, that's the wrong word, but they take the list as definitive as to what you couldn't eat. Now, all flying insects, interestingly enough, are prohibited in Deuteronomy. Leviticus, though, uses a criterion, though. Leviticus uses the criterion of the possession of hind legs for hopping to permit 4 kinds of locust, which, again, we, in our scientific biology, can't quite identify based on the Hebrew terminology. In other words, specifically which ones are in view here. But Leviticus and Deuteronomy have a bit of a difference here. Leviticus is more precise in its language, allowing for certain insects that can fly to be eaten, and specifically they have to have hind legs for hopping. Again, and that puts the locust in that category. Then you have swarming things of the ground. Again, in the way the ESV renders this language. Small animals, this would be that run or crawl close to the ground, things like rodents or lizards, and of course insects that aren't in the flying variety, that kind of thing. Those are the swarming things of the ground. Now, between them, again, rodents, lizards, and the insects, these categories sort of exhaust all animal life in this subgroup. And then also when you combine this subgroup with the other subgroups, the implication is that these are the animals, the living things known to the people of Israel. And the list is sort of intended to be comprehensive as much as is possible, again, given their experience, their life experience, their environment, their geography, whatnot. All swarming creatures, incidentally, going back to that point, are forbidden without exception. So rodents, lizards, and the crawling insects, that sort of thing. Now, again, in the language of appearance, again, judging it by geography and the experience of the Israelites, the animals they would have run into or would have known, called that part of the world home, the list is pretty exhaustive and frankly intended to be exhaustive. So how do we explain this? I mean, you get a lot of explanations. If people are interested in real detail here, I think one of the scholars known in this area is named W.J. Houston. He has a pretty thorough article in the Dictionary of the Old Testament, the Pentateuch volume, but he also has a monograph, a whole book specifically on this kind of thing. And so I've in places here, I've used him as a touch point, for what he's saying, but I'll depart here and there as well. But if you're really into this, I'd recommend Houston's article to get you started, and then of course his whole book on the subject. And of course he's not the only one that writes on this, but it's pretty accessible. Now, textually, let's talk about some explanations. On the level of the text, we're actually given an explanation. Okay, these prohibitions are about, quote, the holiness of the people of Israel. Okay, that they are about being distinguished from and distinct from the other, nations around them. Okay, they are down. You go down all the way to the end of Leviticus 11. It says in verse 43, you shall not make yourselves detestable, okay, with any swarming thing that swarms. You shall not defile yourselves with them and become unclean through them. For, verse 44, for I am the Lord your God. Consecrate yourselves. Again, that's the lemma for holiness, okay, Kadash. Make yourself holy, sanctify yourselves, consecrate yourselves, therefore, and be holy. For I am holy. You shall not defile yourselves with any swarming thing that crawls on the ground. For I am the Lord, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt to be your God. You shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. Verse 47, I'll have to read verse 46. We'll just read it in context here. This is the law about beast and bird and every living creature that moves through the waters and every creature that swarms in the ground, to make a distinction between the unclean and clean, and between the living creature that may be eaten and the living creature that may not be eaten. So you get to the end of the chapter, and it's about being set apart. It's about being sanctified or consecrated. Again, if you think back in Leviticus, the consecration talk, the sanctification talk, the holiness talk, and we've had in previous episodes, is about the easiest place to see it is in sacred space. There are things that are sanctified because they are only to be used in the service for Yahweh by the priests. And there's only certain people that can do that. They are sanctified. They are set apart, again, for that duty. And there's only certain places where these things happen. sacred space. The space has to be, quote, sanctified. The verbiage is always the same, whether it's a person, an object, or a place. And here you get, with reference to the Israelites collectively, that you observe these clean and unclean laws about food. Why? To make yourself sanctified, set apart for Yahweh, marked as people of Yahweh, as opposed to people of other gods, people of other nations. So that's the textual rationale. That's pretty clear. What isn't clear is how our holiness, how is this sanctified idea and purity connected with diet? I mean, why food? What's the rationale here? Now, according to Deuteronomy 14, again, the parallel passage, the more concise version of this listing, that verse adds an interesting detail. It says, "You shall not eat any abomination." So in other words, Yahweh's people are not to eat things that were considered abominable, things that were considered disgusting. But of course, the problem with that is that implies some pre-existing sense of what is disgusting, specifically to eat. So now I want you to hang on to this idea, because here's the point with this, and I'm going to return to this at the end when we go through all these different theories. At least part of the rationale for how food, how diet is connected with being set apart has to do with culture. It has to do with a people's opinion collectively in Semitic culture that they already have. In other words, their opinion about what is abhorrent to eat is not given to them by God. You don't get some sort of mental zap that, oh, yesterday I used to like bacon and today I hate it. Today I think it's abominable. No, there are parts of this that are already within, again, the cultural context of what people think is disgusting to eat. So that's at least part of the rationale. It's a cultural thing. It's a Semitic thing. It's a second millennium BC, Semitic, Eastern Mediterranean kind of thing. It's part of their world, part of their worldview, part of their frame of reference. So that's at least part of the explanation. But let's go through again some of the approaches to answering this question: how is sanctification, how is this holiness thing connected to diet? These are theories that you're bound to run into if you do any serious reading on the subject. So the first one we should sort of get out of the way right away, that is probably in the mind of many listeners, is what we'll call the hygienic theory. Now, again, this is the idea that, well, the things that are prohibited here are prohibited because of some hygienic reason. Either the food that is pointed out is not good for you, it'll make you sick, it carries parasites, or something like that, or it doesn't cook well. In other words, there's this hygienic / medical rationale, and I've heard this a lot. Again, sort of assuming that God is he's the great nutritionist in the sky, or the great biologist in the sky. He's the great microbiologist in the sky, and of course God knows all these things. But the whole point of it, and why I'm putting it that way, is that God is sort of dispensing, without even the Israelites knowing it, dispensing advanced medical knowledge, that they alone had, and that's what part of what made them distinct, and this is why they did it. And also, it's used to argue this. That's also why we shouldn't eat these things, because there's this intrinsic hygienic point to all of it. Now, this notion goes back at least to Maimonides, as a famous Jewish thinker, philosopher, writer in the 12th century AD. He mentions this, so it's not a new idea. It's not an idea that popped up just with modern knowledge of germs and microbial life and all that kind of thing. It's older than that. Again, in the modern form, people like to point to the dangers of inadequately cooking pork and shellfish and how this can harm you. And the theory suffers from some sort of obvious inconsistencies and shortcomings. The theory doesn't really make medical or hygienic sense, because all animal species can carry parasites that make their flesh dangerous when not properly cooked. Every one of them. Okay, an egg, all right, can harm you if it's not properly cooked. It's not consistent to just say that these specific species, these specific animals, have some sort of hygienic risk that God knew about and was magically transmitting this knowledge to the ancient Israelites. And boy, weren't they advanced without even knowing it, and we should obey these laws because of the same thing. Again, it's not consistent, because every flesh, everything you could eat that's an animal species, can carry parasites that would be dangerous if you don't cook it properly. Every one of them. The other problem is there's really no notion in the Old Testament of any sort of public health program or public health sort of consciousness in other areas. You could look at some other things that make you sick. Is there a rule, about not just washing your hands before you eat? Okay, is there a law, about that, and using a certain thing to make sure that the microbes are off your hands? Water's not just adequate. Doctors tell us this today. Microbiologists tell us this today. Water alone is not adequate. You need a cleansing agent that kills germs. Well, then, why don't we read that kind of stuff in the Old Testament about washing not being adequate and having something more quote unquote secretly scientific that actually takes care of that problem? You just don't have things like that. Drinking out of the same cup. Okay, they certainly do that because, hey, we're out here living in the desert. We don't have, I'm trying to remember if my wife was here, she'd remember what the furniture term is for this. Basically the big cabinet that has lots of settings and dishes and cups in them. You don't have that. Okay, they're drinking out of the same bucket. They're drinking out of the same cup. They're not washing utensils in between every use. In other words, there's no Old Testament laws about this. There's no public health systematic program in the Old Testament. There just isn't. And so if this is the point, that is really odd that those other things that very obviously that we're sensitive to today, to not transmit germs and bacteria, we would think that would be in there if that was the point, but it's not. So I'm not real enthusiastic in any regard about the hygienic theory. Move on to another one. There's what scholars would call the cultic theory or the cult polemic theory. And this is the notion that the species that were forbidden from consumption were those that were prominent in pagan cults. In other words, prominent in terms of sacrifice. This can be found also really, really, back in antiquity, that some of the church fathers like Origen brought this up as again, sort of an explanation. But in reality, again, the most common animals sacrificed in pagan religions, like Canaanite religion, Egyptian religion, were exactly the same as the ones sacrificed by Israelites. Again, goats, cattle, sheep. They're the same ones that are in the other systems. Now, this is where you might get an exception with pigs, though. It is probable, that pigs were sacrificed in certain cultures. Again, probable might even be a strong word, but let's just say it. This is certainly on the table because of the archaeological record. It's somewhat likely that pigs were sacrificed in certain rituals carried out in honor of underworld deities. In other cultures that would have been particularly forbidden or icky, repugnant to followers of Yahweh. That is a possibility. And it's not so much the case with other unclean species. So again, you can't say that all of the unclean species are unclean because pagans offered them. They're not offering mice, the rodents. They're not offering fish that don't have scales, but the pig, again, seems to be at issue, again, because of the archaeological record. You will find references to sacrificing pigs in ancient Near Eastern literature, in other ritual acts of other religions, whereas, of course, in Israel, you don't find that. So there might be something to this. Pig bones, again, have been found in pits, in pre-Israelite sites in Canaan, again, before the Israelites got there, that, again, maybe the Canaanites offered pigs because apparently they were just offered and not eaten, or, there is some archaeological testimony to pigs being ritually slain in this part of the world. So that might, again, be a rationale for them, but it certainly doesn't work with the whole list of the forbidden species. That you just can't make work. And even with that, you can't say that there's any direct evidence that pig sacrifices occurred with any regularity in other religions, in ancient Near Eastern religions. They do occur. There are scant references to it, but they weren't apparently, as far as the textual record we have from these other cultures and their rituals, and there are lots of those texts. You can't look at that material and say this was a routine offering. A pig was a routine offering, because it wasn't. It was very occasional. but at least it does happen. Now, I've read here, and again, this is actually from Houston's book, not his article, but he talks about an archaeological site in southeast Spain that was affiliated with Punic and Phoenician people, again, which of course are, the northern part of the coast, or the Holy Land, the Phoenicians. There was a crematorium discovered there, and on the sides of the crematorium, which is, in a tower, there are pictures that maybe depict a pig. It's sort of a two-headed monster sitting he's seated on a chair in front of a table, receiving a child in a bowl at his right hand. Now, again, Phoenicians and the Phoenician Punic literature is familiar with child sacrifice. Okay, so you've got this child in a bowl. While the person in the picture, there's another person at the table, prepares to slaughter a second child. But what's significant is that at the monster's or the creature's left hand is a pig lying on its back. So the assumption is, does that equate pig sacrifice with child sacrifice? Because we know from Phoenician Punic material, Carthage especially, places like that children were sacrificed. So here we have this picture, and there's a pig in the picture that looks like it's dead. So does that imply that the pig was used by the Phoenicians, for instance, in a ritual way? Well, it might. You could certainly build an argument on that. But again, the question is, were they the only ones? Did they do it with mice? Did they do it with fish that were unclean? Did they do it with, other, hares and, other ruminants that weren't really ruminants? I mean, you just can't make that argument. You can't say that all of the prohibited animals are prohibited because they're part of some cult, non-Yahweh cult. But the pig, again, appears to have that association. So where do you go with that? Well, I think that's about really all you can say. And the cult polemic view doesn't really work, even though with pigs, there might be something going on there. That's about the best you can say. The interesting thing is, though, and we'll come back to this point too, that since this is the case, since pigs were seldom sacrificed and these other again, unclean animals, you can't find them being sacrificed in the pagan cultures, and of course also the Israelite culture. Is there a pattern there? In other words, is the pig and these other foods, these other animals, are they not fit for the gods? And I'm going to come back to this point because we might be dealing with analogy. What's not fit for the gods, we shouldn't eat either. Okay, we'll come back to that idea. We want to go on to a third theory here. We'll call this one the anomaly theory. And this is the idea, and again, this is largely based on the work of an anthropologist named Mary Douglas. You will see Mary Douglas quoted all the time when it comes to Leviticus. Now, what you need to realize, though, is that Mary Douglas changed her position on certain aspects that really... if you're dealing with a commentary on Leviticus that quotes Mary Douglas and it's written, it's not written in the last, 15, 20 years. I'm not sure she's alive still. She may be. But chances are your information is out of date, and Douglas herself would actually disagree with something she wrote earlier. On my blog, I made reference to a book by Jonathan Clowens on purity and impurity, and he deals extensively with Douglas in that book, and he goes through her sort of the evolution of her thinking, the evolution of her views on purity and impurity, and he does a good job of saying and showing, well, here's what she used to think, here's what she thinks now, and that kind of thing. But that's a more recent book. A lot of the commentaries that pastors are going to use on Leviticus are much earlier, and they would, if they quote Douglas, and they're bound to, the information might be out of date and something that she'd actually deny now. But her general theory was about anomalies. And I'm going to quote here from Houston to explain her view. Quote, "What accounts for the way in which permitted and forbidden animals are distinguished? All classification gives rise to anomalies." And that's a problem, because no matter what your classification scheme is, there's going to be some outlier somewhere. In Douglas's earlier thought, the anomalies are the key to understanding the Pentateuchal system. Again, that was her initial view. For each of the three spheres of life, land, water, and air, land animals, water animals, air animals, the system propounds a model that expresses the mode of life, the movement of the living thing, proper to that sphere. So in other words, land animals move a certain way, water animals move a certain way, air animals move a certain way. While the criteria of cleanness in beasts are derived from the animals that the Israelites actually kept for food and sacrifice. So you've got the way an animal moves, the way it transports itself, and again, you have this issue of what was sort of normally at hand in food and sacrifice. So Houston, again, talking about Douglas, continues. He says, animals that fail to conform to the model are rejected, and the most emphatic rejection applies to the species that threaten the classification system by overlapping its boundaries. He gives an example. The four animals of Leviticus 11, 4 through 8. It's where you get the rock badger, okay, the hare and all that stuff. Defy the classification, in some way. Again, they overlap the boundary because they're good in one way and they're bad in another. So they're rejected because you have to have the whole system intact. He says, or Douglas would say that animals defy the classification altogether. His example here is the swarming creatures that are found in each sphere but in no way conform to its mode of life. Again, that's a little sort of vague and odd. But basically what Douglas was saying is, look, in each sphere of being, land, water, and air, most animals propel themselves a certain way, have the same set of characteristics, but yet there are animals in each of those spheres that lack something or that don't quite do something the way most of the other ones do. They are outliers. They are misfits, okay, if I could use that term. They don't fit completely in their category. And so Douglas is reasoning that there's something about the unclean animals that to the Israelites made them misfits in whatever group they belong to. And this is how she was arguing about how certain animals were excluded. Houston continues. He says, however, as Douglas later came to recognize, there is nothing to indicate any special degree of abhorrence for the groups she had singled out as anomalous, or for the forbidden animals in general. Moreover, to find the source of the concept of unclean or unacceptable animals in the system of classification itself is circular reasoning. There is, for example, no reason why water creatures should have scales except that others are defined as unacceptable. But that's just what we're trying to explain, he says. Wherever classifying criteria are given in the law, they serve to identify animals already regarded as acceptable or not. This is shown by the case of the birds, where the task of finding criteria is left to the rabbinic period. I mean, there is, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, there is no criteria. There are no criteria for the birds. They just give a list. So there must have been some sense, and we actually get them in the list, of why certain birds were unclean, even though we're never told why in Leviticus 11. So Houston's point is that it's nice to try to categorize the unclean ones as anomalous in some way. But especially when you get to the birds, you're not told what that way is, and that proves that there's some sort of underlying cultural thing going on here that for whatever reason, because the anomaly with those birds is not really observable. Maybe, at least some of them for sure are carrion eaters. Maybe that was the logic, but guess what? We could say that, these birds are excluded because they ate dead flesh. You know what? Wouldn't it be nice if that was specifically, spelled out, in all cases? Again, wouldn't it be nice if that was just a little clearer? Well, yeah, that would be nice, but it's not. So again, what he's saying is that there's something else going on here other than, the way an animal propels itself or that it's a misfit in some way against all the other ones. There's something cultural here as well. Let's go to another view, and this will be the one I conclude with, and then I'll sort of give my spin on this, my take on the whole thing. Let's call this one the analogy approach. So again, another attempted explanation for what the rationale is. Now, some scholars have suggested that the clean beasts in Israel were based on the paradigm of sacrificial animals. In other words, the table, a person's table, the average Israelite's table, is in some way being viewed as parallel to the Lord's altar. In other words, if the animal could be sacrificed, put on God's table, it could also be eaten on your table. So there's an analogy going on there. And this, again, can dovetail with at least the pig thing. There's scant evidence of pigs being sacrificed. But again, where this analogy sort of works with the pig, well, the pigs are never sacrificed in the Levitical system. Therefore, that's why pigs aren't to be eaten by normal people. Whatever's good for God is good for us. Well, that works with the pig in theory, again, because other nations occasionally sacrifice pigs. So, maybe there's something going on there. But again, you don't have that said of the other forbidden species in other texts. In ancient Near Eastern cultures in Israel, okay, they didn't sacrifice pigs. I got it. Or at least it's very rare in ancient Near Eastern cultures. But While ancient Near Eastern people did eat animals not sacrificed to their deities, I mean, they did eat pigs. Egyptians ate pigs. Canaanites ate pigs. So the analogy breaks down there. But you could say, well, maybe the Israelites were just more consistent. Maybe this is why they're doing what they're doing. So it's true that ancient Near Eastern religions didn't really sacrifice pigs, but they did eat them. But maybe they shouldn't have, because maybe the whole idea is what's good for the deity is good for us. So the Israelites were just more consistent here. We don't sacrifice pigs, so we're not going to eat pigs either. Again, to make that argument coherent, you would, again, to show that Israel alone is consistent and the other ancient peoples are not in their thinking, you'd have to have texts that indicate that maybe some of these other unclean animals were occasionally offered. But again, you don't. There's an absence of data there. So who knows? Again, if the table analogy is the point, why not just say that? Wouldn't that be nice if there was just a verse that says, hey, here's why thou shalt not eat these animals. Here's why thou shalt consider them unclean, because the Lord doesn't want to eat them in sacrifices, because the Lord doesn't want them sacrificed. Well, then you'd have it. Then this analogy, the analogy approach would make sense. Why not just say that? But of course, the text doesn't say that. And again, you also have a little bit of circular reasoning here. If the table analogy seems circular, it kind of is. It sounds that way because it is. Can't the reverse be argued? In other words, if a food was unclean for people, then it shouldn't be served to God, as opposed to saying, well, it's not fit for God, so it's not fit for us. Well, why not reverse it? Hey, if it's not fit for us, then it can't be fit for God. Flip it, turn it on its head. It's a chicken or egg problem, because if it originated with people, what we don't eat, we're not going to sacrifice. And then we're just going to write this Leviticus 11 thing that makes it sound like God's giving us this rule. But really the rule is because we don't eat this stuff. Again, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, on that level. And again, there are inconsistencies even in the Israelite system. You could say, well, the Israelites are the most consistent because of the pig. They don't eat the pig and they don't sacrifice the pig, so they win on consistency. Actually, they don't. Israelites ate certain fish, but you don't see fish sacrificed to the Lord. Even acceptable fish aren't sacrificed to the Lord. So it's really not consistent. Again, there's really not a complete analogy here. And then you have the camel. The camel was a domesticated ruminant, but it was eliminated because it didn't, divide the hoof. You just have, no matter what theory you have, all of the data, all of the prohibitions and exceptions cannot really be explained by one approach. And that's the problem I'm getting at here. So if you're asking me, what do you think is the rationale here? I would say that sometimes analogy can explain certain things, but I think you also have cultural abhorrence that has to be part of why Leviticus 11 says what it says. So I think one approach is insufficient. And so the coherent thing to do there is ask the question, well, why do we have to have just one approach that explains everything? Maybe a couple of different approaches, a couple of these ideas, maybe they were all in operation at different points and we're just not told clearly. So I think that the food laws are part cultural conditioning. There's a sense already among the Israelite people because of, again, who they are, where they live, the time they live, and all that kind of stuff. There's already a cultural sense of certain things being abhorrent to eat, and they, by definition, are not going to be clean. They're not going to be acceptable. But you also have certain animals that are on the list because they will make you distinct from the other peoples, and they are not, again, fit for sacrifice to the Lord. So I think it's a combination of several of these things. And if you're willing, again, to just think outside one of these boxes, if you're willing to say, well, they all, have some things going for them, so let's try to come up with a comprehensive way to look at this and say there's actually more than one explanation, but maybe two or three contribute to this. I just think you're on better ground. And so that's how I approach the whole issue, the whole problem. In terms of, wrapping up, what does this mean for us today? I think it's very clear that this is a cultural setting. This is Israelite. This is Semitic culture. This is the ancient Near East, the ancient Eastern Mediterranean. Okay, that kind of thing. At least part of Leviticus 11 needs that culture to make sense. It's also a ritual setting. Again, that takes us into the whole theocratic mentality, the theocratic rationale. And since we aren't living in ancient Semitic culture and we no longer have a theocracy. My view is that these food laws are not meant for us today. That they are culturally isolated and they are theologically isolated because of their attachment to the cult of Yahweh, the rituals of Yahweh. And again, for those who missed earlier episodes, cult is an academic way of referring to the sacrificial system, to the ritual system. So because it has to do with the tabernacle and the temple and all that sort of thing, we don't have that, again, by design, by divine design. I don't think that there's an argument to be made that we should be following the food laws. And you've already known or already heard my opinion of the hygienic argument. I don't think it's coherent. And even if that was the point, stick that thing in a microwave and it kills the germ. You could get around it if that was the point. But I don't think from the get-go that's the point, because every animal, even the good ones, even the ones that were clean, can have the same problem. Bacteria and so on and so forth, and disease and whatnot. So I don't think that's coherent at all. So I think, again, this is a good example of, look, why would we want to revert in our theology, in our theological way of life, the way we live our lives driven by things we believe? That's what I mean, the way our theology, propels our life. Why would we want to go back to a system that very clearly in the book of Acts we were liberated from? And again, liberated might be the wrong word. It might be a harsh word. It makes it sound bad, and I don't mean to convey that thought, because the Old Testament system wasn't bad. But in the sense of, now we're not bound to geography, to ethnicity, to culture. The gospel and our position as being the temple. We are the temple. These things, those truths transcend all these other things. The binding culture, the ritual setting. Where we're at today transcends all that. So rather than have this romanticized notion of, oh, I wish we could do Jewish things and, with the food laws. Again, if you want to do that, that's your privilege, but don't attach theology to it that contradicts clear New Testament theology. In other words, treat it as a preference. It might be a good preference. It's fine if it's a preference, but let people know that this is a preference for you. It's not a theological statement, and you're not going to try to bend the New Testament to conform to your preference. Again, I think that's a simple sort of rule of thumb. If you want to follow the food laws, have at it. Go ahead. But again, theologically, do not bend the New Testament to your will, to your preference.
Okay, Mike. Well, I think you've answered most of my questions that I had, so that's good. Cleanliness is next to godliness, and speaking of that,
you got two good zingers.
Yeah, there you go. That's my role. That's the role that I play here on the show.
Okay.
In verse 35, whether oven or stove, it shall be broken in pieces, talking about the carcasses of mice or whatnot that touches it, they have to actually be broken. So do modern day Jews still live by this? I mean, if they find a carcass under their stove, do they literally throw it out?
Not to my knowledge. This would actually make interesting reading. I've never heard of an example, sort of a literalistic application of that verse in that situation in a modern setting. There may be, there's probably some, again, this is just a guess, but there's probably some sort of procedure to cleanse, both literally and ritually, religiously. Clean and cleanse the area so that the thing can be used again. But I've never heard of anybody taking it that far.
Again, you've answered most of my questions there at the end that I had about, it's important to God, obviously, these food rules. So how should us Christians, even though, you said liberated, and that's probably not the right word, but we've been freed from these rules in the New Testament, but, it's obviously important to God in some way or fashion. So as a Christian, what is important and isn't in God's view?
What makes a Christian distinctive now, in any given modern culture? There's going to be a variety to that, but I think the one thing that is clear is that there needs to be some distinctiveness. In other words, if there's no distinctiveness at all, then I think we sort of lose the principle, because that's really ultimately what these things are about. That you will be set apart, from the other nations. That again, people on the outside, people who encounter us will know that we are not followers we're not part of this culture. We don't follow that God because of these certain things that we do. And I think that principle is something that we can live out today. And even though, even while it's nice and it might be convenient or whatever, whatever word you want to put to it, to say, oh, we don't have to do this thing over here. Well, that still leaves the question on the table. Well, what are you doing so that people will know that you follow Christ? So I think distinctiveness is still very broadly a principle that is important for the Christian today, and that does have its hooks back into passages like Leviticus 11. Well, let's jump here into Leviticus 12. Of course, we'll just take these things in order, but all of these chapters are sort of related. We're going to get into essentially physical issues, things that happen to a person's body. I guess we'll try to make it as broad as we possibly can here, that result in ritual impurity. And I'll say at the outset that none of these things have anything to do with sin, even though the purification solutions, are going to bring up things like the sin offering, quote unquote, and the guilt offering, quote unquote. Well, we've tracked through the offering system already, and again, made a point to emphasize that a lot of that sort of thing is not about, committing some, moral act of impurity or some sin, but it's something that makes you unfit for sacred space. And we're going to get more of that today. And so when we talk about some of the offerings, I'll be referring back to the terminology that, I encourage us to think about. Sin offering is really a decontamination offering or a purification offering. A guilt offering, that's really a reparation offering, even though in the context that we'll talk about in this case, there's no reparatory sense to when it's used in regard to the skin diseases and all that sort of thing. But it's easy to look through an English translation, read these passages and think that, boy, does God look at, a woman having a child as is there some sort of moral impurity and sin with her? And you might think that's silly, but when you go to the New Testament and it talks about Mary bringing an offering after the birth of Jesus, I know many Protestants to try to take a jab at Catholics, and I certainly don't believe in the sinlessness of Mary. She's like any other human being. But they'll say, well, look, Mary had to bring an offering, here she's, this is an atonement offering in the Old Testament. So of course she was sinful and all, it just misses the point totally. So it's not as odd or far-fetched as we might think, because you'll hear stuff like that. And you'll read stuff like that it's just taken out of context. But anyway, let's jump in here to chapter 12. I'll read the whole chapter. It's just a few verses long. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel, saying, if a woman conceives and bears a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. As at the time of her menstruation, she shall be unclean. And on the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. Then she shall continue for 33 days in the blood of her purifying. She shall not touch anything holy, nor come into the sanctuary. So that right away, we can see this is about protecting sacred space from some sort of impurity. It's not, having a baby is not a moral issue. There's no talk of sin here. She shall not come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying are completed. But if she bears a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her menstruation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying for 66 days. Again, notice that these things are connected to menstruation, which of course is a loss of blood. We'll return to that thought in a moment. Verse 6, and when the days of her purifying are completed, whether for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting a lamb a year old for burnt offering, and a pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering, and he shall offer it before the Lord and make atonement for her. Then she shall be clean from the flow of her blood. This is the law for her who bears a child, either male or female. Notice that even though there's this disparate number of days that between bearing a son and bearing a daughter, to be in this state of being ritually unclean, the solution for both is the same. It's exactly the same. So that should again give us a little clue that the unevenness in the days has nothing to do with the sort of more sinfulness of one child over the other, or that there's somehow some inferiority going on, or a worseness going on with the female child as opposed to the male child, because the solution is exactly the same. Again, we'll get back to the disparity of days in a moment as well. So this is the law for her who bears a child, either male or female, and if she cannot afford a lamb, she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, one for a burnt offering, the other for a sin offering, and the priest shall make atonement for her, and she shall be clean. She'll be made pure. She'll be made fit for sacred space again. Again, she hasn't sinned. That's the whole chapter right there. There's no talk about an offense, a moral offense against God or anything like this. Again, we should be used to the dichotomy and that trajectory by now, having gone through the sacrificial language. So when you go through chapter 12, the natural questions are, well, what's the logic here? Why do we have this law? What's the rationale? Again, there's no association with sin or divine displeasure. Children obviously are considered a blessing throughout the Old Testament. Childbearing is always considered in high regard. You have passages like Psalm 128:3 that establish that, Genesis 24:60, a bunch of verses you could go to for the goodness of having children. So why would Leviticus 12 then deem the postpartum woman to be unclean? And why the different number of days for uncleanness, the total time unclean for a female child versus a male child? What's going on here? Well, there are a couple of approaches, and again, I'm gonna, I'll just hit a couple things and sort of give you my take on all of this. I think this passage again is something that when we get to chapter 15, I'll be referring back to this in some other chapters as well, because you can put this chapter and some of the material in other chapters under this whole, really an umbrella question. Why do various, we'll just call them bodily discharges, make someone ritually unclean? Now here in this case, it's you're having a child and you bleed. In other words, the connection between the birth, the childbirth, is in the passage connected with her menstruation. And Israelite women were considered ritually unclean, ritually impure when they were having their period. And chapter 12 here connects that situation with this one. So the issue is a bodily discharge, not in terms of the child. That's not what the discharge is we're talking about, but the loss of what we might call life fluids, blood in this case. There's lots of blood that come out, in childbirth. There's water. Again, I'm going to refer again to the pre-scientific nature, again, of the context here, because personally I think that has something to do with the disparate nature of the impurity periods. But, there's, what, for lack of a better term, water and blood, come out and all this kind of stuff, or liquids associated with childbirth. And to the Israelite, okay, this is a loss of whatever liquids there are that are important for producing life and sustaining life. So one approach is that this whole chapter and laws like it have to do with the loss of that which the life giver gave for life. That's one rationale. So there's this, again, loss of these important fluids, and that means a person is not whole. They're not sort of retaining the liquids that God has put in our body. Again, I'm speaking as a pre-scientific person here. We're losing that which God has given to us to produce life, which means we are not whole. We are no longer as God made us to be. God is the life giver. He's given us this ability. He's given us these fluids within us to create and sustain life. And when we lose that, especially as it's connected with reproduction, that renders us, again, ritually unfit for sacred space. Because here's again, a related principle. The people who were not whole, for instance, if they had a handicap or they were missing an eye, missing a limb or something, there were limitations to their occupation of sacred space. And it's not because they're evil or God doesn't like them. It was to teach the point of the perfection of God, the wholeness of God. And so these situations, either a more permanent loss of something that made you whole or a temporary loss of something that made you whole, like childbirth, excluding that person from sacred space was designed to teach you, again, about the completeness of God and really the creation order. There's a lot that goes on in Leviticus that sort of honors the way God made things, and they're doing what they were created to do. Life is going on the way it was created to be lived, and the creation is functioning as God intended it to be. So there's this principle of wholeness, completeness, order, as opposed to chaos, again, as opposed to disorder, and again, some sort of loss of life principle or violation of the good order that God created way back in Eden. So this is sort of the underlying logic, at least in this particular approach. So the point isn't to associate the new life, the child, with death or loss of life, but to associate the loss of the bodily fluids that make life possible and that God had given us to sustain life, once we produce it. And you could go back to Leviticus, or go forward to Leviticus 17:11, the life of the flesh is in the blood. I mean, these sorts of ideas that they knew that there were certain things about the body that you couldn't just lose all your blood and still live. You lost enough of that, you're going to die. They knew, again, how babies, were made through intercourse and what happens in intercourse. So they had this sense that, again, there are things about the production of life and the maintenance of life that God has given us, that when we lose that, then things are not the way God, originally intended them to be. Now, this loss is temporary. So you're temporarily unfit for sacred space. And so you have to wait a certain number of days, and then you have a ritual procedure that indicates you have indeed waited a certain number of days. There are offerings that are performed to make you fit for sacred space. None of this is about sin. Okay, it's about teaching the principle of sacred space, the completeness of God, that God is the life giver, all these big picture sorts of ideas. So again, when you have childbirth, again, there's this link in Leviticus 12 to, again, menstruation. If you read in Leviticus 15, again, we're going to hit that. You're going to have menstruation mentioned there. Again, you're going to have abnormal vaginal discharges. These things are going to be connected, so we'll be returning to some of these ideas, but here we are in Leviticus 12 just with the childbirth episode, and that's, again, one way to approach it. Now, some scholars bring up a problem here, and they'll say something like, not all loss of bodily fluid was considered impure. And that's true. For instance, there's no specific impurity legislation in the Holiness Code in Leviticus for things like breast milk or urine or sweat or pus or spit or vomit or anything like that. And so the reasoning goes, well, these are losses of bodily fluids as well. And, so this approach about, the incompleteness that childbirth produces in terms of bodily fluids is a bit wrong-headed. Well, I would say that on the one hand, you can't say that all, loss of bodily fluids, or even all loss of blood, like say you cut your finger, you get a bloody nose or something like that. Yeah, it's true that those don't render a person ritually impure or ritually unclean. The only ones that do are linked to childbirth and intercourse, which of course is linked to childbirth as well. So there's something about the loss of those particular body fluids, again, looking at it from the using sort of the language of appearance, again, a pre-scientific mindset, what you see happening, what happens at intercourse and at childbirth. It's only the loss of those particular fluids in those particular contexts that make ritual impurity part of the discussion. And so I would say to that objection, well, you're correct. I mean, that is a legitimate objection, but you have to actually take a look at what is targeted to make sense out of it. And again, if you're thinking in terms of these are the components, if I could say it that way. There are certain, again, parts of the way God made us to produce life and to maintain life, semen, blood, vaginal discharge and blood. I'm not going to get too far into this because in the ancient world, a female discharge or an orgasm by the woman was also considered to have input, or it contributed to conception. There are other places in the Bible where this becomes an issue, and there's Second Temple literature that makes this evident as well. We don't necessarily have that going on here, and we won't have it going on in Leviticus 15, but I bring it up just again for this idea that individual Israelites in antiquity knew what happened at intercourse, and they know what happens at childbirth. And so these particular laws reflect, again, the idea that the things that God has given us bodily, to produce life and to maintain it, when we lose that, we don't conform to the perfect order that God has created us with, that we have lost some of the life force. It has to be restored. We believe God will restore that and bring us back to wholeness if we wait a certain number of days, if we follow these procedures and so on and so forth, and then we'll be fit for sacred space, and that'll be a sign to us that we're back to being whole now, that sort of thing. So you have to think about it in those terms to have it make any sort of sense. Again, it's not our context. We don't think about these things this way, but in antiquity, this was a very natural way to think about things, and it's reflected in the Hebrew Bible here. The other approach, again, I've already hinted at it, and that is systemic natural order. I guess that's the label I'm using for it. So again, this is part of the bodily fluid thing, that what happens at intercourse, what happens at childbirth, what happens at menstruation, because that's part of the reproductive cycle, that this is the way our bodies should work. This is normal, natural order. If we want to skip ahead to Leviticus 15, you could say something like this. In Leviticus 15, right around verses 16 and 17, you have laws about seminal emissions, okay? And so a seminal emission in the male, again, that has the normative function of impregnating a female and producing life. Again, this is how the ancient person would look at it. And so the reason that makes a person, a man, ritually impure is because it didn't happen during intercourse. Okay, it happened in some context where conception was an impossibility. And so that could be viewed as a dysfunction. In other words, it's not something, again, immoral or anything like that, but since it happens outside the normal procedure of creating life, okay, when it did happen, that rendered you ritually impure. It was just a reminder of the way things are supposed to function, the way God has made us, the way God has made nature and creation, and all these sorts of things. So in Leviticus, again, a seminal emission that occurs outside of sexual intercourse made you ritually unclean. There is no law in Leviticus that says when you conceive, you become unclean at that point. But you have these sort of telltale laws that try to take the sexual behavior and create sort of a framework, sort of a context for it. This is the way things should occur because this is how God has made us to create life, and so on and so forth. So a lot of this thinking is not only about the loss of bodily fluids that contribute to creating life and sustaining life, but also the normativeness. Again, what I'm calling the systemic natural order of things. This is actually, and again, I don't want to go down this road yet because we'll hit it in Leviticus eventually. This is actually the heart of the biblical, the negative biblical view of homosexuality, because you have sexual activity, sexual intercourse there that cannot produce life. And so when you did this intentionally for pleasure, as opposed to homosexuality was used in the ancient world often to humiliate people, men, and it was sort of like a violence or a punishment. But when you do it sort of willfully, voluntarily, in a substitutive sort of way for a heterosexual relationship, the reason it was viewed negatively is because it could not produce another life. And so it was sort of an act of death in that kind of thinking. You're doing this, and there's no hope that you're going to conceive life. And this is why God gave us, sex. This is why God gave us these things, to create life, and so on and so forth. So it's going to be part of this underlying argument that, and I'm going to use a phrase that a lot of listeners will have heard, creation order. Okay, there is something to that cognitive framework, that mental approach to creation in the Bible. It's very important, again, especially in an ancient culture, that we do things that honor creation order, and things that do not honor creation order, they're either criminalized or they become occasions for ritual impurity. Again, if there's no willful involvement here, like in Leviticus 15 with a seminal emission, well, there's what you have. It's an involuntary sort of situation. So we're not going to criminalize involuntary behavior. It's natural. But again, to teach the principle that this occurred outside the framework of the normative creation order, the normative natural order, then there's something, quote unquote, amiss. And we have to rectify that by going through different ritual procedures, waiting a certain amount of days, and then we're restored to wholeness, and we can occupy sacred space. So that, again, we don't think about these things at all this way. But for the ancient Israelite, this was very much a part of their worldview. So we have to, again, factor that in, and I think that becomes the context for a correct way to read this. Now, I want to read something from Levine's Leviticus commentary, because he brings another factor in here that people will find interesting that relates to the supernatural world, specifically what we would think of as the demonic world. And here's what Levine says about the uncleanness of a postpartum mother. So here's one more thing you can add. Levine says, although the new mother was a source of joy to the community and her new child a blessing, she generated anxiety, as did all aspects of fertility and reproduction in ancient society. The childbearing mother was particularly vulnerable, and her child was in danger too, since infant mortality and frankly, the mortality of mothers, women who had given birth to children, was widespread in pre-modern societies. I mean, lots of women died in childbirth. Lots of babies died, either in childbirth or shortly thereafter. We know this even on into the 19th and 20th centuries. This was a big deal. So because of this, Levine says, by declaring the new mother impure, in other words, susceptible, the community sought to protect and shelter her. In other words, you kept an eye on her during her, more during her period of impurity, because there's going to be some isolation involved. You have to make sure that, she's doing what she needs to do and not, doing what is forbidden to her. So there's naturally a little bit more attention thrown onto her. Levine continues, in ancient times, concern for the welfare of the mother and child was most often expressed as the fear of destructive demonic or anti-life forces. This fear is evident in other ancient Near Eastern texts contemporaneous with the biblical period. They are replete with incantations and spells against demons and witches who were thought to kill newborn children and afflict their mothers. It is reasonable to assume that similar anxieties were current among the ancient Israelites as well. And although biblical religion certainly did not permit magical spells and the like as the proper means for overcoming these perceived threats to life, it did provide ritual means as well as practical methods to accomplish for the Israelite mother and her community what magic was supposed to accomplish for a pagan, for the pagan mother. So what Levine's saying here is true. I mean, there are just hundreds and hundreds of spells to ward off, demons that would, kill children during the night, what we would think of as stillborn children. And we could come up with, some medical reason or, what happened clinically. To the ancient person, I mean, this is the result of anti-life forces, destructive demonic anti-life forces, to use Levine's terminology here. And so there were all sorts of spells and incantations, things you did, for children, for newborns, for mothers who had just given birth, to protect them against what were viewed as supernatural invasive forces, just waiting to just squelch life in terms of the newborn child and the mother who was vulnerable. And so Levine's point here is that, you're not going to see that solution in a biblical theology, but the solutions that are there, again, the various rituals, the waiting periods, again, the attentiveness to what the woman can and can't do, where she can and can't go, that kind of thing. It provides, some practical means to just, in a nutshell, keep an eye on her. Now, what about the disparate number of days? Male versus female child. So I'm going to quote Wenham here. He has a nice summary of this. When a baby is born, Leviticus 12, the mother is contagiously unclean for 1 or 2 weeks, as unclean as she is during her menstrual period. Again, we read that in Leviticus 12. It's more fully explained in Leviticus 15. Again, I've alluded to that a little bit. That's the passage about the menstruation. In the week following menstruation, Wenham continues, a woman was not only unclean in herself and unable to visit the sanctuary, but anyone or anything she touched became unclean as well. On the 8th day, a boy had to be circumcised, again, but the woman remained unclean in herself, though she would no longer pollute other people at that point. After the period of purification is over, 40 days for a boy, 80 for a girl. Again, that's the total sum. The mother must bring a purification or purification offering, what many translations unfortunately have as sin offering, and also a burnt offering for renewed fellowship with God. So how do we approach, again, the number of days here? Well, I think it's fair to say that a lot of scholars with respect to the boy opt for this explanation that the 7 days is sort of 7 days are attributed to the boy because on the 8th day, the boy would be circumcised. And so the woman, if she gives birth to a boy, is allowed to be among other people so that she can see the circumcision of her own son. In other words, she wouldn't miss the event. And so that seems to be, again, for many, the logic behind the number of days for the boy. And for the female, for a baby girl, there's really no consensus to this. Some scholars would say that the child may be related, or this whole rule, the female child, the extended rule may be related to the belief, again, that Levine talked about in supernatural threats to newborns and their mothers. Female newborns may be under more threat, or it was thought that they needed more attention, more care, more spells if you're a pagan, because hostile forces, by killing her off, would also, might undermine her ability to conceive children later in life or something like that. So you'll read that. I actually think that I don't really buy that as an explanation. For the boy, it does make sense about the circumcision. So I think there's probably something to that. But I think what we probably have here, or at least this needs to get on the table for the boy, the circumcision. I think there's probably a pre-scientific biological distinction going on here. Now, the rabbis talk about this, and I'm going to just quote Levine again because he has a whole section on the rabbis trying to explain this. And Levine makes this comment that it was thought by the rabbis the male embryo was thought to be completely formed in 41 days and the female in 81 days. Then he has a citation of some rabbinic, commentary from the Talmud. That this view was current in the ancient Near East is supported by ancient sources, specifically Aristotle, who's a Greek source, but again, making the comment that would, apply more widely than just, himself as a Greek, but he's just reflecting on the way people thought in the ancient world. Aristotle held that the male was formed in 40 days and the female in 3 months, which is very close to the 80-day mark here in Leviticus. Hippocrates thought that the male was formed in 30 days and 42 for the female. So there's this disparity. I'll just stop at those two examples. There's a disparity in other literature, and the disparity is based upon the assumption, the belief. Again, there's nothing scientific about this, but the belief that a male, one gender took this long essentially to be formed in the womb and be ready for birth, and the female took this long, a different amount of days. And so that was why there was a disparity in any sort of thinking about how to respond to childbirth or how to treat, a newborn, or a mother who had just given birth. So this, I think there's something to this as well, that the disparity in the number of days in Leviticus has nothing to do with what the cultures thought about the genders. Well, this one's just closer to cleanness, closer to God. The male's closer to God than the woman. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think it goes back to certain beliefs, again, pre-scientific beliefs about what happens in the womb with each gender. I think that needs to be on the table, that it could actually be that simple. But again, with the boy, it also does make sense, to have at least the mother able to witness the circumcision of her own child, and so that there would be a restriction, for the first part of the impurity period, to the 7 days there. So again, there's no consensus on all of that. But again, those are the two things I think belong on the table. I think the circumcision does play a role, and then again, the pre-scientific beliefs about what happens in the womb, I think, needs to be on the table too. So let's shift to Leviticus 13 and 14. 13 is dealing with skin diseases, what we commonly think of as leprosy. Chapter 14 carries on the discussion about skin diseases and what to do about them, and also, quote-unquote, skin diseases in houses and other objects. So we want to say something about these two chapters. Let's just read the first 8 verses of Leviticus 13. It says, "The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, when a person has on the skin of his body a swelling or an eruption or a spot, and it turns into a case of," this is the ESV now, "a case of leprous disease on the skin of his body, then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest or to one of his sons the priests. And the priest shall examine the diseased area on the skin of his body. And if the hair in the diseased area has turned white, the disease appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is a case of leprous disease. When the priest has examined him, he shall pronounce him unclean. But if the spot is white in the skin of his body and appears no deeper than the skin, and the hair in it has not turned white, the priest shall shut up the diseased person for 7 days. And the priest shall examine him on the 7th day. And if in his eyes the disease is checked, and the disease has not spread in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up for another 7 days. And the priest shall examine him again on the 7th day, and if the diseased area has faded and the disease has not spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is only an eruption. And he shall wash his clothes and be clean. And if the eruption spreads in the skin, after he has shown himself to the priest for his cleansing, he shall appear again before the priest, and the priest shall look. And if the eruption has spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous disease. So those are the first 8 verses. ESV, even though it translates this leprous disease, there's a footnote in the ESV translation that says leprosy was a term for several skin diseases. What we have here, the Hebrew word is tsara'at, is not leprosy as it is known medically in the modern world. So what we have in the first few verses here, there's some sort of swelling, some sort of discoloration of the skin. Again, if the afflicted person suspects he must go to the priest, then, he goes, and it's the priest who determines whether he's unclean or not. And that, we just read the passage. So you have a priest here. Okay. This is not a doctor. It's not even an ancient doctor. It's a priest, which should be one clue, again, to tell us that since this is a concern of the priest, this has something to do not with, again, medical practice and diagnosis and medical principles for us today and all that kind of stuff. It has to do with ritual impurity, ritual uncleanness. In other words, unfitness to occupy sacred space. So let's talk a little bit about what is actually going on. Tsara'at, again, skin disease is how I'm going to translate that, is actually not, again, leprosy as we know it in the modern world. And you'll actually find rabbinic commentary that understood this. They understood, again, in early modern period, what would eventually be called leprosy. The term for it today is Hansen's disease. They understood that what the Leviticus was talking about wasn't that. It was something else. So this is not something totally new in the wake of modern medicine. It's actually been a distinction known before, again, what we think of as modern medicine. The discrepancies, again, really are between skin disease and an ESV translation or any other translation using a term like leprosy. The discrepancy there is really due to translation tradition. The Septuagint, actually the Greek word used in the Septuagint for tsara'at, skin disease, is lepra. And lepra in Greek is just a generic skin disease. That's all it was. So even back as far as the Septuagint, they understood, again, this is a term you would use for a variety of skin conditions and not just what would later, again, be identified as, I guess, what we would call true leprosy. So let's talk about leprosy a little bit. Hansen's disease, again, is the modern name for this. Hansen's disease, true leprosy, mutilates people. It disfigures people. Your skin turns lumpy. Your eyeballs are glazed. You can lose digits, fingers, and toes. Let me just read you a clinical description of leprosy. Hansen's disease is primarily a disease of the skin and peripheral nerves. It is of 2 kinds, tuberculoid and lepromatous. 20% of leprosy victims develop the lepromatous form, which is characterized by skin lesions that appear over most of the body. The skin of the forehead and face thickens, with natural lines becoming exaggerated, and loss of facial hair can occur. In the tuberculoid form, single skin lesions and loss of feeling in the affected area are the usual early symptoms. Now, leprosy is contagious. Hansen's disease is contagious, but it's not highly contagious. Back to the clinical definition here, quote, transmission of the infection actually requiring prolonged and close contact. That's the section, and we read, the bacteria appear to spread from the skin and nasal mucosa of those suffering from leprosy, but the exact portal of entry is not known. Although there is no conclusive evidence, the respiratory tract seems to be the most likely means of contracting the disease. Skin, especially broken skin, is also a possible source of infection. So that description has quite a number of disconnects with what we're reading here in Leviticus 13. Just as a point of trivia, modern leprosy treatment started in about the 40s. It's treated with antibiotics now, and there are certain surgical techniques that have allowed people suffering from Hansen's disease, true leprosy, to live fairly normal lives and avoid the extreme isolation. So it is treatable. Again, antibiotics are probably the most effective way of treating it. It certainly wasn't, hey, the hair on your skin turned white. Again, what you read in Leviticus 13 where basically the priest diagnoses someone as having tzara'at and then isolates them, and maybe 14 days later it'll go away. Again, this is not what real leprosy does, and this has been known for quite some time. So biblical tzara'at doesn't really align with these symptoms of true leprosy. The only real thing tzara'at has in common with Hansen's disease is that it's a skin problem. Okay? Methods of diagnosis are different. There's no allusion in Leviticus 13 to hideous facial or digit deformity, loss of digits, nerve damage, rotting of parts of the body. There's nothing like that. So the description here and the diagnosis does not align with true leprosy. Now, what about the description? If we go to Leviticus 13, 18 through 23, we get a little bit more. If there is in the skin of one's body a boil and it heals, and in the place of the boil there comes a white swelling or reddish white spot, then it shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall look, and if it appears deeper than the skin and its hair is turned white, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a case of leprous disease that has broken out in the boil. But if the priest examines it and there's no white hair in it, it is not deeper than the skin, but is faded, then the priest shall shut him up for 7 days, and so on and so forth. So what we read there, again, is there's some sort of skin problem going on. There's actually no explanation for how it happens. In other words, the causes are sort of taken for granted. They're not given in Leviticus 13. It's just something that happens. The person pronounced unclean is isolated outside the camp because that person could well pollute others. Again, what the isolation is ultimately about protecting sacred space. We don't want this infected person to make someone else ritually impure, and then that person may not know it, may wander into sacred space, and boy, now we have a problem. So we isolate this person. The unclean person has to tear their clothes. They leave their hair. We're not going to read all the whole passage, but they have to tear their clothes. They leave their hair unkempt. They're supposed to cover the lower part of their face and warn others to stay away by shouting unclean, all that sort of thing. It's interesting that the torn clothes and the covering of the face and leaving your hair all crazy, those are part of mourning rituals. Remember when someone died, you tear your clothes, tear your hair out, that kind of thing. We see this elsewhere in the Old Testament. These are signs of mourning someone's death. Well, in this case, it's like the person that has the skin disease is mourning his or her own death. They're like, I hate to even bring it up, they're like the Walking Dead. Okay, I mean that's just the way they're looked at, and really the way they're supposed to consider themselves. And it's not that they're going to die. I mean, if you read through Leviticus 13, this isn't something where you're going to drop over dead or this is going to kill you. Again, that's another disconnect from Hansen's disease, because if you lose enough flesh, I mean, this could be serious. It could be fatal. But what it meant was that they would have to be permanently cut off from the Israelite camp, from sacred space, from the priesthood. They are permanently cut off from the blessings of the covenant. And so the mourning ritual sort of makes sense, because it's a life blessed by the true God was effectively made impossible if you had this disease and if you were permanently isolated by it. So this is, again, another indication this is when the person is healed, or when it looks like they don't have leprous disease, but it's something else. They perform the ritual of cleansing to be readmitted to the community. I mean, it's not, again, that they're being forgiven for sin, or God's sending the leprosy there because they've sinned. There's nothing like that. What the cure is, the quote-unquote cure, again, this has nothing to do with medicine. The cure is to let you live among God's people so that you can, again, partake of the blessings of the covenant. It's religious in nature. It's ritual. It's about sacred space and being part of the covenant community. Now, in Leviticus 14, we get a discussion of the treatment, and if I'm using that word lightly, sort of with a grain of salt, because it isn't a medical treatment. It's a ritual that is done to restore the person to community fellowship. Again, it has nothing to do with actual medicine. Wenham, in his Leviticus commentary, summarizes it real nicely, so I'll read a little bit from him. He says, if a man thinks they have recovered from the skin disease, the priest is summoned to examine him. Now, this is the first few verses, or first part of Leviticus 14. If the priest agrees that the man is cured, 2 clean birds are brought. One has to be killed, and its blood caught, captured, put in a container, and mixed with fresh water contained in an earthenware vessel. Some of it is sprinkled over the man using cedar wood, scarlet cord, and hyssop. The living bird is also dipped into the blood and then allowed to fly away free. Then the man himself must shave all over and wash himself in his clothes. He is then clean enough to re-enter the camp, but not to live at home yet. Again, this has no medical value to it. It's all ritual. It's about ritual restoration. Wenham continues and says, these rituals are termed by anthropologists rites of aggregation. In other words, ceremonies in which a person who is in an abnormal social condition, here they're isolated, is reintegrated into ordinary society. Shaving, washing, offering sacrifice are regular ingredients of such rituals. The shaving and washing obviously portray cleansing, sort of like an illustration, an object lesson of cleansing from the pollution caused by the skin disease and the life of uncleanness implicit in having to dwell outside the camp. Dipping the one bird in the blood of the other and sprinkling that blood on the worshiper is an action that at least establishes a visible relationship between the worshiper and the birds, between the worshiper and the sacrifices, this ritual, between the worshiper and the ritual. The bird let loose in the open country is a symbolic representation of release from the disease. Now, you notice that the birds used are clean birds. They're ritually clean. The whole list of clean and unclean animals. So the birds used are ritually clean, so that's important. The blood-water mixture is a ritual cleansing agent. Again, it's to again, visually convey the idea of cleansing. Again, they're ritual acts and not medical acts. Now, what about the restoration? Let's just look in Leviticus 14, 1-9. Let me find that real quickly and read a little bit of that. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, this shall be the law of the leprous person for the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest. Then we have this ritual with the birds. 2 live clean birds. Okay, the priest shall command one to be killed. The other one is dipped in the blood, so on and so forth. Verse 8, he who is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, shave off his hair, bathe himself in the water. 7th day he shall shave off his hair from his head, his beard, his eyebrows, everything. He shall shave off all his hair and shall wash his clothes. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 male lambs without blemish, 1 ewe lamb, a year-old without blemish, and a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah, so on and so forth. The priest who cleanses him shall set the man who is to be cleansed in these things before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall take one of the male lambs and offer it for a guilt offering. Of course, we have a whole list of offerings. Sin offering around verse 12, verse 13. So what happens is, initially the person is cleansed through the initial ritual that Wenham talked about, that he summarized, so that they can rejoin the community. And then on the 8th day, okay, that's after 7 days, on the 8th day, the priest brings him right to the edge of sacred space, and then again some offerings are performed, and that signifies, okay, now you're sort of graduating from being allowed in the community, and now you are going to be cleansed, you're going to be made fit again for sacred space. So all of it, the whole procedure, again, is about being fit for to occupy, to tread on, to participate in sacred space. Again, there are elements here also found in Leviticus 16, which is the Day of Atonement. That's kind of interesting about the sprinkling of blood. In Leviticus 14, the blood of the bird is sprinkled 7 times over the worshiper, and the priest declares him clean. In Leviticus 16, the blood of the second goat is sprinkled onto the mercy seat. So there's actually a ritual connection between what happens here and what happens in Leviticus 16, where the priest, is quote unquote making atonement for the whole nation. Again, it's just another connection that shows that what's happening in Leviticus 14 to the person who's suffering from the skin disease is about sacred space. It's not about sin. It's not about medicine or anything like that. Now, what about the rationale? What does all this mean as we wrap up here? I think it's clear, again, I've said it over and over again, might as well just say it one more time. Leviticus's laws and rituals are about marking sacred space and maintaining the sanctity of that space, protecting the presence of God from impurity. Okay, this is why you isolate people. This is why people, have to go through some of the sacrifices and offerings we read about earlier, so that God can look at them and they are quote unquote atoned for, not in the sense that they've committed a sin, but they are made right in God's eyes to participate in sacred space, as much as they're allowed to, bringing offerings to the priest. And of course, there are limitations for how far the normal person can walk and all that kind of stuff. But that's what these offerings are about. For order to be restored, Again, the balance, because Leviticus and the sacred space idea is really about the balance between space that is sacred and space that isn't. Again, to sort of keep that balance, restore it. Again, the violator or the offender, the person who's afflicted, again, has to be made correct through these rituals. If they resist them, they don't want to do them, or they neglect them, again, that's going to impair a right relationship between God and that person, and frankly, God and his people. We've seen other people suffer for not doing, back to Nadav and Avihu in Leviticus 10, not doing things the correct way. That affects the whole community. So to be in right relationship to God in terms of his presence, you got to do these things. But why was a person with skin disease a threat to sacred space? Why do they have to be removed? I mean, what's? I mean, you can't really help this. You get a skin disease, okay? Well, it's kind of the same thing as in Leviticus 12. You can't really help childbirth either. You get pregnant, you're going to have a child. You're going to lose, semen in intercourse. Leviticus 15. These things just happen. And again, that's actually partially the point. There's no sin here involved in the skin disease in Sara'at. Now, it's a mistake to take instances like Miriam in Numbers 12, the house of Joab in 2 Samuel 3. There's the Gehazi incident, Elisha's servant in 2 Kings 5. They're all struck with leprosy because of some sin they commit. In Leviticus, that is not the case. You read Leviticus 13 and 14, there is no association with sin with this disease. Again, whatever the Sara'at is. It's never characterized that way. Now, in the view of the priestly material here, none of these events, childbirth, genital discharge, corpse contact, skin disease, none of it is about sin. And I think it's important to mention Numbers 5:2 in this regard. I'll just read you that one verse. Numbers 5:2, God says, "Command the people of Israel that they put out of the camp everyone who is leprous or has a discharge, or everyone who is unclean through contact with the dead." Okay, bodily discharges, contact with the dead, and the skin disease are all lumped into that one verse. And again, none of them are inherently unnatural. None of them are about sin. They're all natural and largely unavoidable. Again, skin disease is put in the same bucket. So the rationale for it has nothing to do with God being displeased. I think the issue, again, just as we saw with Leviticus 12, it's an issue of imperfection. It's an issue of not being whole, of not being the way God made you, that there's something wrong, there's something amiss with your body, either in terms of its function or, again, they're bringing up other examples here like blindness or loss of a limb or something like that. There, physical handicaps. People are excluded from sacred space when there's something amiss about their wholeness as a person, which involves their body. And again, the idea is not to condemn that person. The idea is to teach positively the perfection, the completeness of God, and the original creation order that is the ideal. Because this is what God is going to be associated with. He's going to be associated with Eden. Okay, the sacred space of the tabernacle. Again, think back to, we talk about cosmic mountain and divine council worldview and all this kind of stuff. This plays a part in it because what's going to be associated with God is wholeness and perfection. Where God lives, his abode, the space that is marked off as his, must be associated with life and not death, with wholeness, not incompleteness, with the ideal embodied life in its ideal form versus embodied life of humanity in less than ideal form. Again, it's about teaching a distinction between the perfection of God, the perfection of God's abode, the perfection of where God is, and your world. Okay? Your world is a little less than perfect. You need to be reminded of that. And this, since it doesn't have anything to do with sin, it doesn't have anything to do with your spiritual commitment to Yahweh, your loyalty to Yahweh. Again, the hope of the Old Testament person is that upon death, that they will be with the Lord. They will be in his presence. So that hope doesn't go away, that it doesn't disappear. It's not impaired in any way. But life in this physical world, life in the embodied world, is never going to be all that it could be in relationship to the perfection of God. And so these conditions of impurity, these conditions of lesserness, of incompleteness, unwholeness, are designed to teach that idea, to teach the distinction. And so that, I think, is what we can sort of glean from these chapters. We might as well just throw Leviticus 15 in here because there was so much of it there. But it's a reverence for creation order. It's a reverence for God's perfection. It's an acknowledgement of being lesser, of being imperfect, of not being able to attain or sustain or maintain the kind of life that is associated with the very presence of God. So it's reverence for creation order, reverence for life itself. We should respect life and the normativity of life as it was designed by the Creator. When we don't, we put that at threat, not that we're stronger than God, but God can withdraw from us. God might punish. God might leave. God might do something that puts an obstacle between you, the offender, or the violator, especially if it's some sort of deliberate resistance, to doing what you need to do, and your status as being loyal to Yahweh, your salvation. Again, couching that in Old Testament terms, loyalty to Yahweh alone, and not having another God or no God at all. So when you don't, again, observe these things, you align yourselves with the forces of chaos, with the forces of dysfunction. You resist, again, the will of the true God, who has somehow, for some reason, and Deuteronomy says just because he loved you, made a covenant relationship with you. So why are you dissing that? Why would you? Again, these are the big picture ideas, I think, that come across when we think about passages like Leviticus 12 through 14, again, throwing chapter 15 in there, that we can take away and think about. It's just something good for us to think about. Our respect for life and creation order and the normativity of life as it was created, and also the utter otherness of God.
Okay, Mike, on Leviticus 12, 6 through 8, could you just touch on it again, that when a woman does bear a child, that her sin offering is not technically a sin for atonement.
Right. There's no. It goes back to the quote, the kata'at, the sin offering material we talked about earlier in Leviticus. That offering was a purification offering. We talked about the word itself. That there's a homograph issue. Kata'at can mean sin. Kata'at, the homograph, has to do with purging from contamination, again, being decontaminated, that sort of thing. So the woman who gives birth has been made ritually impure, ritually unclean. And so that offering is, again, done in the prescribed way after the number of days and all that stuff. When the woman brings that offering and that offering is performed, she then can have confidence that God will accept her into sacred space again. That there's nothing amiss here between her fitness to approach God any longer.
Yeah, I just know some people, Christians, that get hung up that having a kid is a sin and whatnot. So I know that's a
but again, it's used that way because of Mary. Again, I think in a misguided attempt to poke Catholic theology in the eye, they'll go back to this language in Leviticus and not really understand that the quote unquote sin offering is about decontamination. It's not about moral forgiveness for some moral impropriety.
I was wondering if you could just summarize Leviticus 15 for us real quick. And I had a particular question on why does Leviticus specify for men semen?
Well, again, going back to the episode, and the reason we sort of folded Leviticus 15 back into that episode is because I actually talked quite a bit about what was going on in chapter 15 in conjunction with the earlier episode, which covered 12 through 14. But now, of course, we're going to label it 12 through 15. And again, going back to the seminal discharges, we talked about how the loss of life-giving fluids, that which God has given to us to create life, and He is the source of life. So the diminishment of that, I think, is the logic behind the status of impurity there. Again, to remind people that they are lesser, they are not fit for sacred space. Again, because of this power, if you will, this ability given by the life giver has been diminished. So that gets folded into it. And we mentioned real briefly in that last episode in a pre-scientific culture, the equivalent of that for the female for a woman was also considered to be part of the procreative process, part of how children were conceived. And so that's part of the logic too. But you have other discharges as well that would be viewed as abnormalities, especially when it comes to the female side. And if you'll notice back in Leviticus 15, it was associated with the same kind of language for that was associated with menstruation. So again, there the issue is blood, the loss of blood and that sort of thing. So people can pick up a little bit of that, if they go back to chapter 15 and give that a listen. But we dipped into it so many times in the previous episode that I really can't spend a whole episode on chapter 15 without it being quite repetitive. So that hence we're moving on to chapter 16. Well, let's jump in here to 16. In many ways, this is the episode that people have been sort of looking for because Leviticus 16 is another one of these chapters that if you're familiar with anything in Leviticus, it's probably this chapter. I mean, we had the dietary laws. People are familiar with those. But, this one probably trumps even those because it's, the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, which is still practiced in some form in Judaism today. And, of course, the biblical form of it was altered even in biblical times because of the loss of the temple. So, we're more familiar with this because it's still current, actually. So just generally, again, the general rationale as we go through Leviticus 16, and we'll basically go through most of the chapter. The chapter is concerned with the removal, and not just the removal, but the destruction of impurity. So a couple of things to note in that regard. And you need to, as you listen to this, you need to be focused on impurity because, again, we take this language, Day of Atonement, and because of the New Testament or because of the way we've been taught about the Old Testament, probably both, we look at this terminology and associate it with forgiveness of sins, that kind of thing. That is not the way it's cast in Leviticus 16, even though in the absence of the temple and later Judaism, that sort of became the focus because you don't have a temple. So you can't really talk about impurity, cleansing the sanctuary, because you'll notice as we go through Leviticus 16 that the blood of the sacrificed goat and the quote-unquote sin offerings, which again, hearkening back to Leviticus 4, are actually purification offerings or decontamination offerings. The blood of those sacrifices is used to purify the sanctuary, the tabernacle, the holy place. It is not applied to people. It's not applied to humans. And so right away you have a disconnect again with the New Testament conception of atonement and Jesus and whatnot. So let's try to keep impurity in our minds as we go through the chapter here. And second thought, the goat for Azazel. And if that's an unfamiliar phrase to listeners, I'll catch you up when we hit that point in the passage. But the goat for Azazel, often translated scapegoat, again, rather unfortunately, and I would say inaccurately, gets driven into the wilderness. So this is also a ritual of riddance, getting rid of something. So you have removal of impurity, you have destruction of impurity in the sense that it is cast out of the community. Impurity is cast out of the community, which is another way of saying it's driven away from sacred space. So again, the emphasis is on protecting sacred space. And really, you could summarize Leviticus 16 with a very modern term, and that is Leviticus 16 is essentially a reset button. You're hitting reset because it takes the sanctuary, it takes the holy instruments, the vessels associated with service in the sanctuary, in the holy place, and even the people. It restores, and that includes the priesthood, obviously, but it restores everything and everyone to that state at which everything and everyone was back in Leviticus 8 when the tabernacle and the priesthood and everything was sanctified for the first time so that it could be used to accomplish what needed to be accomplished in the ritual system of sacrifices and offerings. So it's essentially a reset button. Again, that might be helpful to think of it that way. So resetting the whole system so that we can sort of start over now once a year, and everything is, that was in a state of impurity is now taken care of. And again, we're set to go again. Now, in regard to a few more thoughts here before we actually jump into the first verse here, in regard to the removal of impurity and again, the sacred space idea, the rationale also in part helps us to understand, what's going on in the mind of the Israelite, in the sense that if we don't do this, if we don't hit the reset button, if we don't make absolutely sure at least once a year that everything is restored to the way it could be, that nothing has been omitted by our own ignorance or our own oversight, that here's a ceremony that gives us the opportunity to just start over again. If we don't do this, there's a threat that God could withdraw again from the sanctuary because it's defiled, because something is being perpetually overlooked. And that, of course, means the alienation of God's presence from the community. So that the sanctuary, the picture is the sanctuary is under constant threat of impurity, both from the priesthood, again, the people who functioned within it, who had jobs to do there, anyone, who happened to be rendered impure due to some, again, oversight on their own part, some negligence, because ritual impurities were considered contagious. And there were certain things we've talked about already in Leviticus that if you overlooked your need to be restored to ritual purity and you interacted with someone else, then they became impure, and so on and so on and so on. So the reset button was really important. I want to share a quote from Levine. Lastly, before we jump into this, I mentioned a few minutes ago that this is still current, which is why it's familiar. It had to be modified in the absence of a temple, but I came across a quote from Levine that I think is interesting, and again, yet something to just store away in our heads as we jump into the first verse. He writes this. He says, "The ancient view of Yom Kippur is somewhat different from that which came to predominate in later Judaism." So again, the biblical view is a little bit different than what happens later on in Judaism, especially in the centuries following the destruction of the Second Temple of Jerusalem in 70 CE or 70 AD. Atonement for the sins of the people eventually replaced the purification of the sanctuary as the central theme of Yom Kippur. And that was pragmatic. Now, this is me talking now. That was pragmatic because we don't have a temple, so we can't talk about purifying the sacred space anymore. So this day was observed, but it eventually, because all that's left is the people, the emphasis of the ceremony and of the day, whatever ceremonial acts are enacted by rabbis, on this day, that the focus became the people, the purification of the people, the atonement for the sins of the people. Again, that is not how it's described in Leviticus 16, actually, because the blood is never applied to people. It's only applied to the sanctuary, as we'll see. Now, in verse 30, okay, we're back to Levine now. Levine comments that in verse 30, and I'll paraphrase a little bit for the sake of time, there was a sense that while we're purifying the sanctuary, that the people were also reset as well. So this idea that was current in later Judaism is sort of resident and present in Leviticus 16, that sort of the little seed thought, the kernel of it is present in Leviticus 16, but the emphasis in Leviticus 16 is very obviously the sanctuary itself. So in the absence of the sanctuary, this is really the only part of the chapter that can really get meaningful attention in later Judaism. So you only actually have, and Levine points this out in his commentary when he, in relation to this quote, there's only a couple of times when the blood generally of any sacrifice is applied to the people, to the congregation, as opposed to the high priest, the thumb and the earlobe, because the high priest represents the people. There's only a couple times when blood of a sacrifice is actually applied corporately to the people in a sacrificial act, and that's Exodus 19, which is before God comes in as a theophany, in a theophanic appearance there at Mount Sinai before the covenant ceremony to embrace the law that God is about to give. When all that was enacted, there's a ceremony again that involves blood being put upon the people at large. And then in Exodus 24, when the Sinai covenant is actually enacted, these are the only places you see this sort of thing happen again corporately. It does not happen in Leviticus 16, but yet the idea that the people are sort of subsumed within the reset button is actually there. So let's jump into Leviticus 16. We'll start with the first few verses. And I'm reading from the ESV again. And we've seen this passage before, so I won't say too much about it. But the Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the two sons of Aaron. Remember, that was back in Leviticus 10. When they drew near before the Lord and died. Verse 2, and the Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron your brother not to come at any time into the holy place inside the veil before the mercy seat that is on the ark, so that he may not die. For I will appear in the cloud over the mercy seat. But in this way, Aaron shall come into the holy place. And then we get the instructions for the Day of Atonement. So note the phrase, again, the reference is back to the death of the sons of Aaron, Nadav and Avihu, which is Leviticus 10. We spent a whole episode on that. And this language here, we said, connects, or at least informs us to help understand what likely happened in Leviticus 10, that they had penetrated inside the holy place, to the point of the veil, and only the high priest was supposed to do that. So that was apparently, it had a lot to do with why they were struck down. And so God says in this chapter, hey, tell Aaron, he says to Moses, tell Aaron your brother, he's not allowed in here just any time into the holy place inside the veil. You're just not allowed to do this. Only once a year. And verse 3 now, let me describe for you, God says, the way Aaron shall enter this place, and of course when. So that's sort of the lead off. Notice as well in verse 2, it's kind of an interesting phrase. God says, for I will appear in the cloud over the mercy seat. Now the word appear here is ra'ah in Hebrew, and it is the same term used for visible appearance elsewhere when we have like the word of the Lord or Yahweh appearing in human form. For instance, this is the word in Genesis 12:7 when Yahweh, the word of the Lord comes to Abram, Yahweh comes to Abram. Parallel, of course, is chapter 15, 17:1, 18:1. That's the when Yahweh shows up with two angels, again appearing as men, and they have a meal. This is the same term there. It's also used of the Malach Adonai, the Malach Yahweh, the angel of Yahweh in Exodus 3, the burning bush incident. We have Judges 6 with Gideon, Judges 13 with Samson's parents. Again, so it's very possible here that what you have here is that on this one day of the year, Aaron, the high priest, would go in, or whoever was the high priest when they were doing this, inside the veil and see God in human form on the mercy seat, with his feet resting on the ark. The ark is referred to as the footstool in other passages. So apparently Aaron, or the high priest, again, whoever was the high priest, this is the time of year that they might actually see a theophany. They might actually see a visible appearance of the God of Israel in this place on this occasion. Again, because he appears in the cloud. It doesn't say he appears as the cloud. God says, I will appear in the cloud over the mercy seat. Again, just a little side note there for people who've read The Unseen Realm. Again, I don't get into that in the book. That's the specific passage, but there you go. We have another instance of this kind of vocabulary here in Leviticus 16. So, starting again in verse 3, God says, but in this way, Aaron shall come in the holy place. Here are the instructions. With a bull from the herd for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. And he shall put on the holy linen coat and shall have the linen undergarment on his body. And he shall tie the linen sash around his waist and wear the linen turban. So lots of linen here. These are the holy garments. He shall bathe his body in water and then put them on. And he shall take from the congregation of the people of Israel 2 male goats for a sin offering and 1 ram for a burnt offering. Now, just a few observations here. Again, the main figure in the ritual is obviously the high priest, so that the rightness or the efficacy of the ritual, again, doing it correctly and not violating, not having a problem like you had in Leviticus 10 with Nadav and Avihu, all of that depended on the high priest. He has to bathe. He has to wear, again, a lot of linen coat, linen turban, linen sash. Now, if you go back to Leviticus 8, and of course, back in Exodus, in the later chapters, 28, 29, around there, that's when we get a description of the normal clothing, the normal vestments of the high priest, which had lots of gold and jewels and lots of costly, fabrics that were dyed different colors. Here, it's much simpler. It's just linen. Just linens here. For this ritual, then, the high priest wears something a lot more simple, a lot sort of stripped down. A lot of the fanciness, if you will, is taken away from the high priest as he is about to enter, into the most holy place and perform what needs to be done on this particular day, the Day of Atonement. So the implication is that these white, these linen garments, again, it doesn't really give the color, but again, they're undyed, so it's something very plain. But the implication is that these linen garments are prepared for this occasion specifically. Simple, unadorned intercessor is the role of the high priest. He's stripped of all signs of status. just as simple as you can get. So the high priest, again, is the key person. He apparently goes to a specific location within the tent of meeting complex to take off his normal garments and change into the simple ones. That's based on verse 23, which is after the ritual when we get the comment, then Aaron shall come into the tent of meeting and shall take off the linen garments that he put on when he went into the holy place and shall leave them there. Apparently he gets redressed in his normal garb, for when he's on sacred space. So again, it's just stripped of all signs of status. Aaron also has to provide a bull for the sin or the purification, the decontamination offering. His own bull, apparently from his own herd, because in verse 5 we get a reference to taking from the congregation 2 male goats for a sin offering and 1 ram. And that line is not back here in verse 3. So apparently this is something that Aaron, the high priest, whoever was the high priest, has to take from his own herd for his own sin offering. Again, that makes sense. The community, of course, will provide 2 male goats and then a ram for their offerings. Again, the 2 goats, one of them. The reason why you have both goats referred to as a sin offering, a purification or decontamination offering, even though only one of them will end up being sacrificed. The reason for that is that the lots have not been cast yet over these 2. So since we don't know yet, which one's going to be the actual sin offering, they're both referred to that way. We don't know which one's going to be for the Lord, which one's going to be for Azazel. Again, we'll get to Azazel in a moment. At this point, either could be the sin offering, so that's why we have the language here. And of course, the burnt offering, after the ritual's done, the burnt offering, if you remember back to our discussion of burnt offerings, this was, again, visiting God's house to sort of, establish a relationship with him. Again, once the sanctuary has been decontaminated, then, the role of the burnt offering is there, again, to reestablish, reset, a direct relationship with the God of Israel, that now Israel is accepted into my presence. They've been decontaminated. So sure, come on over, come on over to Yahweh's house, that sort of thing. So Leviticus 16:6, just continue on here. Aaron shall offer the bull as a sin offering for himself, and shall make atonement for himself and for his house, his household. Then he shall take the 2 goats and set them before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and Aaron shall cast lots over the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for Azazel. And Aaron shall present the goat on which the lot fell for the Lord, and use it as a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell for Azazel shall be presented alive before the Lord to make atonement over it. And I would say a better way to translate that would be to make expiation with it, or to make a purging with it, or to, again, the whole notion of the sin offering, is, again, decontamination, purification. But in the instance of this live goat, the idea, again, falling back to atonement, has to do with the person, or in this case, it's representative for the whole congregation, for them to be purged of any sort of flaw or again contaminant, or if there's anything amiss, that's marring the relationship between us and God. Well, those things, those issues, those sins, those problems, whatever you want to call it, those impurities will, at the end of verse 10, be sent away into the wilderness to Azazel. So this takes us into 2 issues here we need to discuss. Going back to Leviticus 4, the whole language of atonement. If you remember from that episode, the Hebrew kippur, with 2 P's there, kippur, really comes from the Akkadian verb kupuru, which means to wipe off or burnish or cleanse or purge, that kind of thing. Now, in cultic terms, again, in ritual terms, this meant that expiation was conceived of as a cleansing or wiping away of impurity, getting rid of contamination. Now, we need to be a little more specific here. The point of that language, that verb in Akkadian and hence in Hebrew, is not that kippur, Hebrew kippur, refers to the action of wiping. Rather, it's more abstract. The term really refers to the fact that the person, in this case the whole people, have been purged or purified, again, in the sense that God looks upon what's being done in the ritual according to his command, and he responds in such a way to indicate that, well, now that you've done this, you're acceptable to me. You have been purged from anything that would mar our relationship. You are now fit for sacred space. So the point of the verb is not the wiping action, not any activity, but rather the point is the result, that you have been made acceptable now. You've been purged from impurity. Even more specifically, in the context of Leviticus 16, which is, where we're camping here today, the goat for Azazel, again, the one that's not sacrificed, purges the people from impurity by removing the impurity out of the camp, away from sacred space, and into the wilderness, which is the domain of Azazel. And this harkens back to the whole concept of cosmic geography. Turf that is foreign to Yahweh's domain, Yahweh's presence, and in fact hostile to Yahweh's presence and Yahweh's domain. So this is where you put impurities. You drive them out. You remove them from sacred space to protect the sanctity of not only the tabernacle and its vessels and the place upon which it rests, but also the people. Again, this is a reset button for the nation in this ritual. Now, along with that, we can't understand this goat, which is never sacrificed, this goat which is sent out into the wilderness, because that's where Azazel is. This is not an offering to Azazel, again, because there's no ritual killing here. Rather, the goat is just a vehicle for the removal of impurity, so that you send impurity to where it belongs, to the realm in which it belongs. And that realm is where Yahweh is not. Yahweh is not associated with impurity. He is not associated with flaws and imperfections of any kind. His turf, his domain, and his people are holy. They are sanctified. And so impurity must be removed. So it's not like an offering like Azazel is being appeased or anything like that. Actually, Azazel's getting if I could be, probably shouldn't be so crude in the podcast, but I was going to say just a load of, CRAP, I guess. That's what is happening here. We don't want impurities here. You're impure by definition because, you're not Yahweh. So you take them. This is where they belong, that kind of thing. So it's not an appeasement. It's basically dumping what you don't want in the place where it belongs. Now, a lot of translations, again, don't read Azazel here. They have scapegoat. And I discussed this, in a fair amount of detail in the Unseen Realm. For those who have the book, it's specifically pages 176 and 177. I'm going to read a few short excerpts from that for those who don't understand what in the world is this crazy man talking about Azazel here. My Bible doesn't say anything like that. Well, here's essentially why. So this is, again, from Unseen Realm. I wrote, the word Azazel in the Hebrew text, and that is what is in the Hebrew text. For those who know Hebrew, it's Gain, Zion, Aleph, Zion, Lamed. Okay, that's what gets translated scapegoat, but it's Azazel more literally. The word Azazel in the Hebrew text can be translated, quote, the goat that goes away, unquote. Now that's the justification for the common scapegoat translation. So in other words, if you take those 5 consonants and separate them into Az and Azal, you have goat that goes away. Okay, that's where scapegoat comes from. For instance, like in the NIV, NASB, King James, that sort of thing. The scapegoat, so those translations have it, symbolically carries the sins of the people away from the camp of Israel into the wilderness. And that seems simple enough. However, Azazel is really a proper name. In Leviticus 16:8, one goat, you'll notice, is for, preposition lamed in Hebrew, for Yahweh, while the other goat is for, preposition lamed, Azazel. Since Yahweh is a proper name and the goats are described in the same way, Hebrew parallelism informs us that Azazel should also be taken as a proper name. What needs resolution is what that all means. So again, the issue is the 5 consonants. You keep them together, it's a proper name. You separate them, then you have goat that goes away. Now, the whole goat that goes away idea, again, this is just me talking now. I'm not quoting anything here from the book. This whole idea could work if it wasn't for verse 26. And, frankly, it could work, if you sort of just wanted to close your eyes at cosmic geography and other, again, things in the unseen realm too. But let's just focus on verse 26. Verse 26 throws a wrench into the goat that goes away, because if you translate Azazel that way, in verse 26, here's what you get. The verse would say, literally, he who lets the goat go to the goat that goes away. Now, how does that make any sense? He who lets the goat go to the goat that goes away. It's much clearer if you translate he who lets the goat go to Azazel. Again, honoring the parallelism earlier in the chapter of Yahweh and Azazel. So it's clear from verse 26 and, again, the phrases for Azazel and for Yahweh that a proper name is needed here, because it just turns verse 26 into gibberish. Again, if you're counting for all the Hebrew in the actual text, it just turns it into gibberish if you opt for the scapegoat idea. I mean, and, translations cheat here all the time, but, we try not to cheat. Back to Unseen Realm, I made this comment. Azazel is regarded as the name of a demon in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Again, because it's an entity, it's a proper name. And also other ancient Jewish books. In fact, in one scroll, 4Q180, that's a Dead Sea Scroll, column 1, line 8, Azazel is the leader of the angels that sinned in Genesis 6:1-4. Again, that's Jewish tradition. We don't have anything biblical to establish that, but it shows you what they were thinking. This is a hostile entity. It's just a bad guy, a demonic figure. The same description appears in the book of 1st Enoch. Again, Azazel shows up in Enoch as the name of, a leader of, the angels that sinned, the watchers in Genesis 6. Again, this is, sort of, I don't want to go back too far into this, but if you read, the book and you sort of have an understanding of where demons come from in all of, Jewish tradition and Jewish theology, the origin of demons is intimately tied to the fallout of what happens in Genesis 6:1-4 with the Nephilim as well. So it's very understandable why you'd have certain Dead Sea Scrolls that link Azazel, again, a demonic figure that now is sort of roaming the earth, because that's what the demons do according to Enoch when they're disembodied. The demons are the result of killing a Nephilim. So the disembodied spirit of a Nephilim, that's what the demons are. So it's very natural to sort of identify one of these with the whole incident back in Genesis 6, and that's what's happening in 4Q180. And that's not the only place either, but in that text you specifically have Azazel mentioned. What it tells us, again, we can't, and there's nothing, really biblical that you can piece together to get that whole thought trajectory other than the origin of demons. I would argue that does have hooks back into the biblical text where demons come from. But as far as the more specific details here, we may not have that, but it shows what people are thinking. It shows that people are looking back at Azazel. Jews are looking at this term in Leviticus 8, and they're thinking entity. They're thinking demon. They're not thinking scapegoat in the way that some of our English translations handle it. They're thinking something much different. And again, I think properly so. So let's go back to Leviticus 16 here. The purification of the sanctuary happens in verse 11. So what happens with all the goats and everything like this? Well, verse 11 picks up and says, Aaron shall present the bull as a sin offering for himself, again, and make an atonement for himself. Again, he make a purging, and for his house, and he shall kill the bull as a sin offering for himself. And he shall take a censer full of the coals of fire from the altar before the Lord, and 2 handfuls of sweet incense beaten small. And he shall bring it inside the veil, and put the incense on the fire before the Lord. That's the altar of incense that's right there at the veil, within the tabernacle. So that, verse 13, so that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is over the testimony, so that he does not die. So the incense sort of creates this barrier, visual barrier between Aaron and the presence of God at the mercy seat. Verse 14, and he, Aaron, shall take some of the blood of the bull and sprinkle it with his finger on the front of the mercy seat. On the east side, on the front of the mercy seat, he shall sprinkle some of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then he shall kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring its blood inside the veil of the mercy seat. Thus he shall make atonement for the holy place. Notice that. Thus he shall make atonement for the holy place, the sanctuary, because of the uncleanness of the people of Israel, and because of their transgressions, all their sins. And he shall do for the tent of meeting which dwells with them in the midst of their uncleanness. No one may be in the tent of meeting from the time he enters to make atonement for the holy place until he comes out and has made atonement for himself and for his house and for all the assembly of Israel. Then he shall go out to the altar that is before the Lord and make atonement for it. So now the altar is atoned for. And he shall take some of the blood of the bull and some of the blood of the goats and put it on the horns of the altar all around. And he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with his finger 7 times and cleanse it and consecrate it from the uncleanness of the people of Israel. So that's 11 through 19, a few observations here. Again, we're not told who helps Aaron, but he had to have assistance for some of these functions because you can't be killing the bull and holding the censer and doing the incense thing all at the same time. So apparently there's somebody, with him helping him out, but he is the one that is responsible for all of the ritual acts here to be done properly. And then that other person, as indicated here, the other person is going to have to either leave or, maybe some of this was prepared beforehand and then, Aaron puts it on a tape. We don't know, but he's only got 2 arms. So there's an issue there, or at least something that we don't often think about. But any assistance he had or any procedural thing he did to help himself out isn't really mentioned here. Mercy seat, I should say a few things about. This is a common translation. Again, I'm reading the ESV. This is not a good translation, although it's a traditional one. The reason it gets translated mercy seat is that we have here a noun, kaporet, formed from the same lemma, I should say the same from the lemma it's formed from a lemma that is related to the verb kippere. So kippere and kaporet, they both have the kaf and then the double P, K, and 2 Ps. One's a noun, one's a verb. So the verb for atonement, kippere, this is sort of a noun equivalent in Hebrew, kaporet. And so since the verb gets this atonement language associated with it, so the noun is referred to as the mercy seat because this is the result of the atonement. God is showing mercy. Again, that is an abstracted interpretive translation. More literally, if atonement, the verb kippere, means to purge, okay, then kaporet should be the place of purging. In other words, we would really focus on the location, not the result. Again, because calling it the mercy seat is sort of reading the theological result into the lemma, and that's why it's not a great translation. There are other reasons too. Let me just quote you something from Nahum Sarna's commentary on Exodus when the ark is being built, with the lid. He says here, mercy seat is in the English versions. This is based on the Septuagint and Vulgate translations, which mean instrument of propitiation. Again, getting it from this lemma relationship. It follows the usual sense of the Hebrew stem kpr, to atone or make expiation. And this understanding would appear to be strengthened by the instruction in Leviticus 16:15 and 16, that at this spot in the Holy of Holies, the high priest is to perform expiatory rites on the Day of Atonement. Again, and what I'm saying is the focus should be on the location, not on the theological result, as far as the translation goes. But Sarna makes another comment here. He says, nevertheless, mercy seat is not a satisfactory translation of kaporet, since the aspect of mercy is an interpretation and is not inherent in the word. And that's just what I was saying. The translation, a cover. Okay, some translations will have covering or cover for kaporet instead of mercy seat. Sarna says, the translation a cover rests again on a supposed primary meaning to cover for the Hebrew verb kippere, which again is not the case. Kippere comes from Akkadian kuporu, which is about purging. It's not about covering anything. It's about purging. So again, these are English options that really are not satisfactory. And think about it. Just think about what this object is. The kaporet is the lid of the ark. It is actually God's seat throne, since the ark is elsewhere described as God's footstool. For instance, 1 Chronicles 28:2, Psalm 99:5, Psalm 132:7. I'll just read, one or two of these. Psalm 99:5 says, "Exalt the Lord our God, worship at his footstool. Holy is he." 1 Chronicles 28:2. King David rose to his feet and said, "Hear me, my brothers and my people. I had it in my heart to build a house of rest for the ark of the covenant of the Lord and for the footstool of our God. And I made preparations for the building." Again, the ark associated with this idea of being a footstool. Lamentations 2:1, another instance. So the lid that goes over the ark, the kaporet, which is placed atop the aron, that's the Hebrew word for ark, is actually God's seat throne, and the ark is his footstool. So the imagery is that God is sitting on this golden slab. This is solid gold, also atop of which are fixed 2 cherubim. So it's a cherubim throne. The lid, the kaporet, is a cherubim throne. The ark is underneath, again, where God's feet rest. Again, that's the imagery. Sarna comments on a little bit on the cherubim. He says, at either end of the kaporet, a cherub was hammered out. The 2 cherubim faced each other with their heads bent slightly downward. Their fully outstretched wings were turned upward, sheltering the main body of the lid and the ark below it. Verse 22 as well as Numbers 7:89, make clear that the divine voice was thought to issue from the space above the lid and between the two cherubim. And if we take the theophanic language that began this chapter, Leviticus 16:2, where God says, I will appear in the cloud, then you actually could have a visible form of an enthroned deity, the enthroned Yahweh, at the Kippur, because it was his seat throne. Continuing or going back to Sarna, Sarna says, this makes clear again that the Kippurit, with its cherubim, would support the invisible throne of God. It explains a frequently employed epithet of God as the one who, quote, is enthroned between the cherubim. Okay, various verses, use that language. 1 Samuel 4:4, 2 Samuel 6:2, so on and so forth. The imagery of the footstool and the throne evoke the conception of, again, how obvious is this? This imagery, footstool and throne, evoke the conception of God as king. Now, we don't often think of Leviticus 16 as a scene, a throne room scene, but that's what it is. It's God as king, again, enthroned on the cherubim. Those of you who have followed my blog and even the Paleobabble blog, when I talk about throne iconography, and in Unseen Realm we get into throne iconography, very clear examples that this was a familiar idea, because cherubim, again, just as kippur comes from Akkadian kupuru, cherub, karuv, comes from an Akkadian term as well, and it refers to a throne guardian. Okay, so again, it's just throne imagery left and right, but we often don't think about that when we're reading through Leviticus 16 because we have translations like mercy seat. That doesn't really conjure up any sort of throne imagery at all. I mean, frankly, neither does lid, neither does cover, neither does place of purging, if you wanted to take Kippur and be very literal with it. I mean, I actually think a really good translation here would be throne, seat throne or something like that, because conceptually, that's what it is. Now, that wouldn't be a good translation in terms of, literalism, things that are wrapped up in the lemma, but it captures the point of the description, that's going on here and elsewhere. Again, we can talk about translation philosophy some other point. So in verse 13, again, we have the phrase that this is how you approach it. You put the incense up there. You got God, sitting on his seat throne right here. You do it this way with the incense cloud. You got to get that going first, burning because, we don't want the high priest to die in verse 13. Again, and then we get into, in verses 16, 18, 19, what happens with the blood? Well, the blood is brought into the Holy of Holies, and it's sprinkled, again, on the throne seat. It's, applied, thereafter to the horns of the altar. Again, the language is, he shall make atonement for the holy place. He shall make atonement for the altar. In other words, he shall purge, the lid of the ark, the throne seat. He shall purge the altar. He shall purge the holy place. Thus shall you purge or decontaminate the holy place and its objects. This is not about forgiveness of moral wrongs because, frankly, objects don't commit sins. It's talking about decontamination and purging of impurity. Verse 19 adds that you cleanse it, you consecrate it from the uncleanness of the people of Israel. In other words, if this is where impurity is going to arise from the people. Either the people who administer, who conduct business, inside of the holy place according to God's command. They're going to have contact with the masses, so to speak, and one of them might be unclean. I mean, there's this constant threat of impurity and uncleanness. Again, ritual impurity being brought into sacred space. And so that's why once a year, we got to just sort of take care of business here in a reset kind of way. Bring everything back to its original state. If we go to verse 20, that's not all. When he, the high priest, has made an end of atoning for the holy place, and the tent of meeting, and the altar, he shall present the live goat. This is the one for Azazel. Aaron shall lay both his hands on the head of the live goat, and confess over it all the iniquities of the people of Israel, all their transgressions, all their sins. Again, here's where you pick up the idea of moral problem, moral impurity. But this is the goat that isn't sacrificed. Again, this is the goat for Azazel. It's not the goat for Yahweh. The goat for Yahweh is dedicated to purging and protecting sacred space and sacred objects from impurity. This is the goat over which all the iniquities of the people of Israel, their transgressions, their sins are confessed, and he, the high priest, shall put them on the head of the goat, again, a symbolic act of transfer, to the goat, and send the goat away into the wilderness by the hand of a man who is in readiness. The goat shall bear all their iniquities on itself to a remote area, and he shall let the goat go free into the wilderness. So again, sin is expunged. It is driven from sacred space. It is driven from the presence of God. Now again, back to the unseen realm. I'll quote another little selection here. Recall that in intertestamental Judaism, the offending sons of God from Genesis 6 were believed to have been imprisoned in a pit or abyss in the netherworld, which is called Eretz, in some texts, which is the same word for the ground, for earth. Azazel's realm was somewhere out there in the desert, either associated with geography, dirt, land that is not occupied by the presence of Yahweh. There's where Yahweh is and his presence and his people, and then there's everything else. Or again, this conception of the underworld, being under the earth, that sort of thing. So you get these ideas, that sort of glom onto each other here. So it's non-holy ground. The wilderness is non-holy ground, non-sacred space, and frankly, space that is hostile to where Yahweh and his people are. It was a place associated with supernatural evil. Now, the Old Testament itself, again, doesn't state that Azazel was a demon. Scholars have, however, connected the name to Mot, the god of death. This is from the unseen realm. And Mot, of course, is an underworld deity. It's the god of death, the underworld, the dead. There's two peas in a pod there. The identification of the term with a demon may also derive from cosmic geography and an association of the wilderness with the forces of chaos, which of course are hostile to God. This would make sense on several levels, as the desert would not only be a place forbidding to life, but as ground outside the camp of Israel, and of course the presence of Yahweh, the source of life. The wilderness would have been a clear association with the forces of chaos. It was threatening. It was dangerous. Leviticus 17:7 also suggests, we'll get into Leviticus 17 in another episode, but just this one comment. That passage also suggests that Israelites saw the desert as spiritually sinister. Leviticus 17:7 says, "So they shall no more sacrifice their sacrifices to goat demons, after whom they whore." That's ESV. So we're not told why the Israelites, at least some Israelites, had done this. But the placement of this problem in proximity to the ritual goat to Azazel suggests a conceptual connection. Jews of later periods certainly made such a connection. In other words, they were scared. They were scared of the outside world, the wilderness realm, because it was a place associated with death, with Mot, with the underworld, with hostile spiritual forces, all this stuff. And so apparently Leviticus 17:7 alludes to the fact that some Israelites they were freaked out and they're sacrificing, to keep the bad guys at bay. And so Leviticus says, you're not going to do this anymore. Again, this is not something that we do now. We're once a year we're going to send our sins, on the goat that remains alive to Azazel. Get rid of them, send them where they belong, that sort of thing. But they were, again, it just tells you how they were thinking about sacred space devoted to Yahweh, and of course to them, if they're in communion with Yahweh, and then basically everything else, especially the wilderness. Again, it just had these negative, sinister associations attached to it. And you see wilderness imagery in lots of passages in the Old Testament, especially associated with this idea. Of course, you get it in the New Testament. Where does Jesus encounter the devil? Well, where else would you encounter him? In the wilderness, in the desert. I mean, that's normal. That kind of thinking, that kind of theology, that kind of cosmic geography is present in the New Testament as well. Now, I have a note here in the unseen realm after that, the short paragraph about Leviticus 17:7 that alludes to J.B. Lightfoot, noting that the Jewish practice later on in Jewish history about the goat for Azazel was to push the goat over a cliff to ensure that it never found its way back to holy ground. And if you want to read that, you can look it up on Unseen Realm. But it's just kind of interesting that, again, they took it that far. Again, they were scared that the goat would find its way back and bring the impurities back and who knows what else with it. So they would drive it over a cliff. Lastly here, we're 5 more verses in Leviticus 16 and we'll wrap up. In verse 29, I'm not going to read the whole rest of the chapter, but these 5 verses here we will. It shall be a statute, all of this, verse 29, shall be a statute to you forever, that in the 7th month, and the 7th day of the month, you shall afflict yourselves and shall do no work, either the native or the stranger who sojourns among you. For on this day shall atonement be made, shall purging be made for you to cleanse you. Again, purging both in terms of the sanctuary and driving all impurities outside of the camp. So this day shall be made for you to cleanse you. You shall be clean before the Lord from all your sins. Verse 31, it is a Sabbath of solemn rest to you. In other words, you're not going to work on this day either. And you shall afflict yourselves. It is a statute forever. And the priest who is anointed and consecrated as priest in his father's place shall make atonement, wearing the holy linen garments. He shall make atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make atonement for the tent of meeting, and for the altar, make atonement for the priests, and all the people of the assembly. Basically, everybody and everything. Again, this is a reset. And this shall be a statute forever for you, that atonement may be made for the people of Israel once in the year because of all their sins. And Aaron did as the Lord commanded Moses. Again, everything, every person, every object, the entirety of sacred space is restored back to the condition that it was initially put in when all of it originated, when the whole system was set up. That very first day back in Leviticus 8, when the tabernacle and everything was sanctified so that now it could be used. Now we can do what needs to be done here. That's the purpose of Leviticus 16. And just some points for us. Again, I think trying to summarize some of the things that I've said a few minutes ago, I think it's really helpful to think of Leviticus 16 in light of the imagery of God as king. And he is the one who actually, it's not the high priest, he is the one who actually brings about the purging and the atonement by providing and accepting the ritual. The matter of impurity has to be brought directly to his throne for his decision. That is where the ritual application of the blood begins. And it is the throne. It is the seat throne of God. It's not just a lid. It's not just a cover. Mercy seat, again, misses the point. Throne. I think throne is the best way to process what in the Israelite mind was happening here. The priest is stripped of all forms of status. He has to go in, representing the people, to the very throne of the king, who he hopes will accept, again, the ritual acts so that everything can be restored to a pristine spiritual condition as it was, again, when it all started. And I just think the imagery is helpful. Secondly, while people, again, the result is that people are reset. They're purged. The blood is never applied to them. They are purged by virtue of the fact that God, the king, accepts the sacrifice. In other words, it's the grace of God. Okay, the blood's never applied to them. They are never sanctified by blood in the ritual. Holy space, sacred space is sanctified, and then their sins are carried away. But God has to accept the point, again, of the application of the blood and even the sending of the way of the goat to Azazel. It's up to God. It's up to God to do this, to accept that, okay, you've done this in good faith. You've been obedient. You've tried to honor me, for who I am. You've given me my proper place. You're obeying me because you believe I'm the God of gods, and so on and so forth. And then God's good. God's good with that. We're all good for another year, or at least you're supposed to be enacting these rituals whenever impurity comes up. But we're good. We're reset. We're back to the beginning again. Thirdly, the goat for Yahweh again is the blood issue. The goat for Azazel is the removal of impurity. Both goats factor into the representation of how the New Testament describes salvation. In other words, when the New Testament talks about salvation, we are both made fit for God's presence. That's the purging part. And our impurities, our sins, as it were, are removed. Again, that's the other goat, the living goat part. So both sides of this ritual coin, as it were, are sort of merged in the way the New Testament talks about salvation. So I think those three thoughts, again, and again, trying to see the throne room of God here in this ritual, I think is a good way for us to process it and use this chapter to help us think about the enthroned Christ and what happens on the cross. Again, especially the way that the New Testament, think of the irony, especially the way the New Testament talks about the cross as enthronement. Okay, when Jesus, was offered as a sacrifice to sin, then, he winds up, because he does that, at the right hand of God, enthroned at the right hand of God. I mean, all this enthronement talk that is associated with the crucifixion. Again, I think that creates a good conceptual link back to Leviticus 16 that we can appreciate and process. Today we're going to cover 17, 18, and believe it or not, there's actually a pretty good amount to cover here. So we're not going to go through everything as our format is typical. We'll float through the chapter and pull out this or that I think people will find interesting. And there are a number of things I think people will find interesting in these two chapters. So just to situate them a little bit, Leviticus 17 through 26 is the section of the book that scholars refer to as the Holiness Code. And really, that's because these chapters, 17 through 26, focus on the people of Israel collectively in terms of a collective or corporate responsibility to be holy. The idea is kind of expressed in Leviticus 19:2, where we read, "Speak to all the congregation of the people of Israel and say to them, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." That phrase, again, speaking corporately, in context, "you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." That phrase is actually really rare in the rest of Leviticus, and of course, beyond Leviticus, out in the rest of the Hebrew Bible. But here, in this section, 17 through 26, it is stated repeatedly and really emphatically in certain sections. You have it in chapter 17, verse 1, 18, verse 1, 19, verse 2, 20, verse 2, 22, 17. Again, it just gets repetition, and so scholars have noticed this, and again, based upon the content in these chapters, they have given it the name, the Holiness Code. Now, we're going to hit the first two chapters in the quote-unquote Holiness Code today. Chapter 17 is going to deal with the proper forms of worship. Again, not really directed at the priesthood per se, even though obviously the priesthood is going to be involved, but really sort of emphasizing the principles of sacrifice and a few other things to the people corporately. In other words, this is your responsibility too. Whereas in Leviticus 16, it was all about the high priest. If the high priest does things correctly, God will accept the Day of Atonement ritual. Here, it's not about the high priest or even the priesthood per se. It's about everybody. Everybody has to do their part. And there are some things here that he's going to track through in Leviticus 17 on into 18, of course, on through chapter 26, that all the people collectively need to pay attention to. Chapter 18, which we'll get into, are the laws about forbidden sexual unions. You have incest, adultery, homosexuality, etc. Things that are referred to with the Hebrew term to'evah, which is detestable things or something abhorrent. In the context of Leviticus, it means behaviors that are inconsistent with holiness, because that's, again, the emphasis in this whole block. So jumping into chapter 17 here, the first 9 verses, we might as well just give that a quick read and then jump into some comments. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and his sons and to all the people of Israel, and say to them, this is the thing the Lord has commanded. If any one of the house of Israel kills an ox or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or kills it outside the camp, and does not bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting to offer it as a gift to the Lord in front of the tabernacle of the Lord, blood guilt shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. This is to the end that the people of Israel may bring their sacrifices, that they sacrifice in the open field, and they may bring them to the Lord, the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and sacrifice them as sacrifices of peace offerings to the Lord. And the priest shall throw blood on the altar of the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and burn the fat for a pleasing aroma to the Lord. So they shall no more sacrifice their sacrifices to goat demons." We mentioned this passage last time in Leviticus 16, finishing the verse, "No more sacrifice their sacrifices to goat demons after whom they whore. This shall be a statute forever for them throughout their generations. And you shall say to them, any one of the house of Israel, or of the strangers who sojourn among them, who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and does not bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting, to offer it to the Lord, that man shall be cut off from his people." So that's the first 9 verses. And the flavor here, again, in part, with verse 7 is, there's a concern here for stopping this idea of sacrificing to goat demons, other entities that were perceived to live out in the wilderness, where the goat for Azazel was driven. The Hebrew word is se'irim. We need to knock this off. We need to stop this. So there's this prohibitory sense in that narrow context, but more broadly, you can see as you read through this that there's a concern here about bringing sacrifices to the tent of meeting, because that is the place where God has commanded that sacrifices be brought. You can't just do this anywhere you want. Now, this passage has sort of an old problem associated with it, and that is going back to verse 3, if anyone of the house of Israel kills an ox or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or kills it outside the camp, so on and so forth, and doesn't bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting, then that's bad. Well, kill there is the Hebrew term shakat. It is not the normal term for sacrifice, which is zavach. So the Hebrew verb shakat, which means to kill or to slaughter, can be used with one of two meanings in mind as it's used throughout the Hebrew Bible, including here in Leviticus. So the verb can mean to slaughter in a very general sense. And if that's what we're looking at here, then the verse would describe whenever an Israelite man just went out hunting and killed an animal, even if it's just for food, then that act of slaughter or dressing the animal had to be carried out at the one legitimate location, the one legitimate altar located at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And you can see, well, that would be kind of odd or inconvenient. Like, you mean every time I go hunting, I gotta bring this thing to the altar there at the tent of meeting, and or else God's going to be mad. Well, again, that's looking at the term in its very general, generic sense. The verb can also mean to sacrifice. In other words, that has a ritual tone to it. In other words, it could be a true synonym for zavak, again, to offer a sacrifice in a ritual sense. Again, if that's the way we read verse 3, then the sense would be that anything intended for ritual sacrifice had to be brought to and dealt with at the altar. But the general slaughter of animals for food, like you're just going out hunting, that was okay because it's non-sacrificial. Now, the reason that the discussion is sort of important is because, depending on how you take it, some have said it's contradictory to Deuteronomy 12:15 and following, which I'll read for you here. It says, however, you may slaughter and eat meat within any of your towns. Now, right there's this permission to go out and hunt and eat meat within any of your towns. It doesn't have to be according to the central location, the tabernacle. It says, you may slaughter and eat meat within any of your towns as much as you desire, according to the blessing of the Lord your God that he has given you. The unclean and clean may eat out of it, so as of the gazelle and as of the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood. You shall pour it out on the earth like water. You may not eat within your towns the tithe of your grain or the wine of your oil, blah, 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 blah. So right here in Deuteronomy 12, it sounds like there's permission given for just a broad hunting context, whereas if you're looking at Leviticus 17, you're not so sure. And so, again, scholars have pointed this out. Is there a contradiction between verses 3 and 4 of Leviticus 17? Because it's just all described as shakat, again, to kill. Is that a sacrifice or is it something broader? And whereas Deuteronomy 12 is a little more clear. So is there a contradiction here? Now, again, I think there's you might say, well, it looks like scholars are sort of making a mountain out of a molehill here. And, and I can see that because it's clear in sacrificial texts, okay, of the Torah, of the Pentateuch, that shakat, again, in context where we're sure that there's sacrificing going on, shakat never has the general sense of slaughtering non-ritually. Okay, that raises the question, well, what about other texts? What about, again, contexts where you don't have this immediate, sort of feel to them? I think, what we have here is that since shakat is used both ways depending on the different contexts, just broadly in the Torah. Sometimes there's clearly a ritual sense going on, sometimes there's not. Since shakat can be used both ways, it is fair, I think, and I'm certainly not alone here, to interpret Leviticus 17 in light of Deuteronomy 12, that there's no disagreement here, because it specifies in verse 3, ox, lamb, goat in the camp or kills it outside the camp, okay, if it's intended for sacrifice, then yeah, you need to bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting. But if it's not intended for sacrifice, and of course it doesn't wind up being a sacrifice, then you're okay if it's just a general killing for food, like Deuteronomy 12 allows. So again, I just want you to be aware that there's this issue, because this is one of those things that sort of shows up classically in these, here, look at all these errors in the Bible, kind of thing. It doesn't have to be viewed that way, because shachat has this elasticity. Sometimes it refers to ritual killing, other times it doesn't. Now, let's just say, though, for the sake of the discussion here, that somebody violates this legitimately. Like they do kill something outside the camp and they say, well, I was just hunting, but then they wind up bringing it for a sacrifice. Well, then there's a clear violation of what they're supposed to do. And the penalty is pretty severe. In verse 4, it says, blood guilt shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood. That man shall be cut off from among his people. Now, again, blood guilt, this idea used elsewhere in the Pentateuch, is actually used for homicide elsewhere, killing an innocent human being. So it's a dramatic term. Some scholars would say it's like hyperbole just to make the point that, hey, this is something really bad, really severe. It's a dramatic way of putting it. And I think that's the case here. But what I want to focus on is the penalty, this cutting off from among his people. The term there in Hebrew is karat. Okay, the verb, the lemma anyway. And where this term is used, it is basically used to describe a divine penalty. In other words, something God is going to do in response, to what has happened. Something God, has ordained or is actually sort of left to God to carry out. Now, there's a problem here too. So what does cutting off from the people actually mean? And if God is sort of the behind the scenes actor in a lot of passages, how do we understand this? Now, a lot of modern scholars would look at karat and define it as either excommunication. In other words, the person is driven away from the community. So the effect is, look, we're cutting you off from the whole community, and we're going to let God deal with you. Live or die, that's up to God. You're just out of the community. Goodbye. Some, though, would say, well, maybe it's the death penalty. In other words, God authorizes other people to put this person to death. So either excommunication or, again, a death penalty sort of situation. It really sort of depends in many cases on the passage, but there again that creates the problem of, well, it might be clear in one place, but what about where there's ambiguity? How should we parse this? Again, this is a very general reference here in Leviticus. Now, a lot of Leviticus scholars, people like Milgram and Levine, they kind of lean away from karat being an immediate death penalty carried out by people, and a lot of them follow the rabbis in this. Those who would take this view point out that, look, all the offenses where karat is prescribed, coincidentally, they would say not coincidentally, are deliberate sins against God and not fellow humans. And so in the priestly literature, like Leviticus here and other places, again, sins against God, the idea is, are punishable by God and not necessarily by man. So it follows that karat is something that is left up to God to decide. So that argues in favor of excommunication, sort of leaving this person's destiny up to God. Now, Milgram actually lists these in his commentary. There are 19 cases of karat in the Torah, and he has them submitted, under some categories. I'll just briefly go through these. There's violations of sacred time or calendar, things like neglecting the Passover. It's Numbers 9:13. Eating leaven during, a particular festival, Exodus 12. Working on the Sabbath, Exodus 31. Working on Yom Kippur, Leviticus 23. Again, that's one category. Another category is mishandling a sacred substance, either blood or part of the sacrifice, typically that was to be given over to God. So consuming blood here in Leviticus 17:10, that's going to be condemned with karat. Eating parts of the sacrifice that you shouldn't, again in Leviticus 7, that's karat. Eating a sacrifice while you're impure, Leviticus 7 again, karat. I mean, you get the impression. Again, these are offenses or violations that in some way transgress the worship of God and what is God's and how God wants to be worshipped. And so therefore the logic is that the penalty is up to God. And so karat would be drive that person out of the community. And of course, they're never going to be allowed back. You have the same thing in third category, purification rituals. Another category Milgram lists is illicit worship. For instance, the worship of Molech or other forms of idolatry, the punishment is karat. Consulting the dead, necromancy, karat. Those are both in Leviticus 20. The one odd one, the 19th instance that Milgram lists that you'll find kind of interesting, because we're going to get into this in Leviticus 18, is illicit sexual relationships. Now you'd say, well, why does that belong with all these other ones? It's very clear that what you're doing is violating the way God wants to be worshipped. Again, the rules that he's given, or maybe, stealing some offering from him that belongs to God. And there's some sort of personal violation between the offender and God himself. Why in the world would some of these sexual relationships be listed? And specifically, Leviticus 18, again, we'll get into them in a moment, are described, and then the punishment, cut that person off, the karat is actually given. Now, my impression, I'll say this now, and then we'll pick it up when we get to Leviticus 18. I think it's possible that the reason these sorts of things are listed among these other worship, ritual-oriented things is because certain sexual activities and prohibitions, certain sexual acts were thought to, and they're actually said to, quote, pollute the land. And since the land actually belongs to God, those are interpreted as offenses directly against God. They result in defiling something God owns permanently. And because there's no system of atonement for the land when it's defiled. I mean, the Old Testament, we mentioned this way back when we were introducing Leviticus, that some forms of impurity are ritual, others are more serious. The ritual ones have a cure. You do this for a certain number of days and you wait, and then you're going to be pure again. You bring a sacrifice, you're all taken care of. But there are other violations that went beyond ritual impurity. They were moral impurities, and they had no solution except for God to essentially wipe the slate clean and start over. And that's actually what you see described in like in Leviticus 23, where, God says, hey, if you do all these terrible things and you pollute the land and so on and so forth, then I'm going to cast you out. I'm going to kick you out of the land. I'm going to exile you. You're going to die in somebody else's country. And I'm just essentially going to wipe the land clean of you, and then it will sit fallow, for a while, and that's the cure. A complete reset by God. And so, since a lot of these things are in that category in some of these other chapters, I think that's the logic here. That again, some of these sexual relationships were viewed as so defiling of the land itself, and the land belongs to God. That's why they're listed here among all these other offenses that are sort of personally against Yahweh himself. But we'll return to Leviticus 18 in a moment. So let's go back to karat. Again, how do we parse this? How do we understand it? So in addition, okay, this is going to sound either weird or kind of interesting. In addition to this, okay, is it excommunication or death penalty? I think that you can make a good argument that it is excommunication, because there are lots of places where karat is described that don't wind up involving a death penalty, being executed, and karat is still used. It's an uneven list. Okay, let's just be honest, but there are enough of them that seems to be going too far if you just say it's a death penalty sort of on the spot. It may just be that they are kicked out and we let God deal with them. So I think there's something to that. But along with that, you have some other factors going on here, because in some passages where karat is referred to, you actually get two other ideas, either one or two, or one or both, in the passage that are kind of interesting. One is what scholars would call extirpation. That is, the offender's line, his bloodline, is terminated. In other words, he may not himself be put to death, but there's some sort of cursing language where God will cause his ancestry, his descendants, his name to just die out. And again, I'm going to give you a couple of these in a second here. So not only is the person put out of the community, but essentially you leave God deal with him. And the way God's going to deal with him is you're not going to have an ancestry. Okay. your name is going to end. And that, to an ancient person, was a serious thing because that's how you're remembered. They tied that up with, sort of the afterlife thinking. And that brings us to the second part of this. Not only is there extirpation, where the offender's bloodline is terminated, but there are a couple passages that actually imply, and I get this, denial of afterlife with that person's own family members that have died and gone on before. So there's a loss of ancestry there in the sense of my own descendants. And not only that, but God is saying, I'm going to cut you off in the afterlife from those who have gone before you, those loved ones. You will never be reunited with them. God forbids reunion with the extended family. Now, let me just give you a few examples here. You have in Psalm 109:13, we read as follows: May his posterity, again, the offender here, be cut off. May his name be blotted out in the second generation. Now, in the context to this, who's the person, doing this bad stuff? Well, there's a whole list of things in Psalm 109. Again, bad things that lead to may his posterity karat. Again, be cut off. It's the same word used in Leviticus. And so scholars have looked at this passage and thought, okay, karat, well, maybe that's part of the punishment back in Leviticus where you drive a person away and they're left destitute, or God will deal with them harshly. And so that person's bloodline is going to be cut off. And the second part of Psalm 109, may his name be blotted out in the second generation. Basically, you're just consigned to be forgotten. Is kind of the extended significance of karat there. If we look at Psalm 109:13 and factor that into what's going on in Leviticus. There's another one. In Ruth 4:10, we get this reading. Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have bought, this is Boaz speaking, I have bought to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off, there's karat, from among his brothers and from the gate of his native place. You are my witnesses this day. So this is the Boaz, the climax of the story where he redeems Ruth. Now the point is that it was part of the role of the lever in levirate marriage, in this case Boaz, to perpetuate the line and the name of the deceased husband. So if that's part of, again, the worldview thinking, again, that if you don't have descendants, that is going to result in you essentially being forgotten forever. And that is defined or articulated with the term karat. Then again, maybe this is a concept we can look back in Leviticus and, where karat is mentioned again for these 19 things here in Leviticus. Maybe that is part of what karat meant back in Leviticus when God is talking about you shall cut this person off, from his people or something like that. Third one, and this one's really, again, sort of the same kind of thing. Malachi 2:12 says, may the Lord cut off from the tents of Jacob, again, karat, may the Lord karat from the tents of Jacob any descendant of the man who does this, who brings an offering to the Lord of hosts. Now, again, there's a specific crime, going back, into Malachi 12, the profaning of the covenant, again, committing abominations. And some of these abominations in Malachi 2:11, to'evah, they're the same things listed in Leviticus chapter 17 and other places in Leviticus. It's the same term, detestable things. So this is actually more of a direct link back to Leviticus, because now we also have to'evah in Malachi 2:11 and 12 that talks about descendants being cut off, someone's lineage being cut off. And of course, we can factor in these other verses that ultimately what that means is that you're going to be forgotten forever. We can show you one more, Leviticus 20, verses 2 and 3. Again, this is kind of an interesting or curious passage. Let's just go back to verse 1. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, here we are in verse 2, say to the people of Israel, any one of the people of Israel, or of the strangers who sojourn in Israel, who gives any of his children to Molech, shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. I myself will set my face against that man and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given one of his children to Molech, to make my sanctuary unclean and to profane my holy name. Now you would read that and you'd think just on the surface, well, that's obviously the death penalty. And it is. But why, after God says put that person to death, God also says, I'm going to cut that man off from among his people? You say, well, it all means the same thing. It's just repeating the same thought. Well, maybe. But what it also could mean, again, in light of the Old Testament language about when people are dying, they say things like, I'm going to go be with my fathers. I'm going to go be with my descendants, people. It's this idea that, okay, I'm going to die now, but I'll be reunited with my loved ones who've gone on before me, that sort of idea. So you could read Leviticus 20 as actually involving both. In other words, God is so offended at the child sacrifice to Molech that he says, not only is this guy, whoever does this, not only are they going to be put to death sort of on the spot, but I am going to divorce him from his departed ancestors that he probably hopes he would be reunited with in the afterlife. Forget that. He's just gone. So he's even denied any sort of afterlife hope or wish. So it transcends committing an offense worthy of death in this life to now, now you're even barred from any sort of afterlife hope. It sort of ups the ante. In Leviticus 20. So in this text, you might actually have two things going on. Death plus the karat awaits this criminal that does this particular crime in offering a child to Molech. Again, these are passages that scholars look at to try to figure out what karat might entail. So I think the fairest thing you can say is that it might have a death penalty connotation in certain passages, but in others, it's not that specific. And it might actually involve, again, being driven out of the community. So, again, you're left for God to deal with. And even worse than that, it might even be a sort of an afterlife prohibition because of what you've done. So karat was a really, really serious thing. And all of these offenses, again, were sort of like personal crimes against God himself. Even the sexual deviancy stuff, again, because that was thought to pollute the land, that was interpreted as an offense personally to God because God owns the land. You've ruined it now, and it's God's property. That's sort of, that's the thinking process that would go on through that. Now in verses 10 to 12, we'll go back to Leviticus 17 here. These verses describe the, either proper or improper handling of sacrificial blood. And of course, it also includes a prohibition against consuming blood. So this is where we get this notion of, he says, if any one of the house of Israel or of the strangers who sojourn among them eats any blood, I will set my face against that person who eats blood and will karat, cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it for you on the altar to make atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that makes atonement by the life. Therefore I have said to the people of Israel, no person among you shall eat blood, neither any stranger who sojourns among you shall eat blood. So this is sort of a big deal. Consuming blood, in effect, is stealing it from God, because the blood was supposed to be, put out on the altar, splashed on the altar. And this is, again, denoting that, just like the sacrificial portions of the animal that went on the altar and were burned and all that was God's part. Well, so was the blood. So if you consumed any of this, you were eating from God's plate, so to speak. You were stealing from God. And this was, again, viewed as a personal violation, a karat offense, that you would be put out of the community, or perhaps even worse, depending on what God decides to do with you. And in fact, in these verses, I don't know if you picked up on it, but you have God says very directly, I shall cut off. In other words, here we go again with this idea that this person has done something bad, and we're going to let God personally deal with this person. You'll notice in this passage, verses 10 through 12, it doesn't say that person gets put to death and then I'm going to cut him off from his ancestors. It doesn't say that like it did in Leviticus 20. Here, what you have going is that we have an offender, and God says, I will take care of this guy. I will cut him off. I will do whatever needs to be done. Again, the penalty is left to God, that idea. And just like we talked about a few minutes ago with karat, that's a big part of what that term meant for the ancient Israelite. Now about this line about the life of the flesh is in the blood. This gets repeated in verse 14. Again, you have similar statements elsewhere in the Torah. Deuteronomy 12:23 says, for the blood is the life. You must not consume the life with the flesh. Again, just put yourself in an ancient Israelite's shoes. These verses are not saying there's anything mystical about blood. Oh, they knew like blood science. They knew about hemoglobin and genetics and all this sort of stuff that you can detect with DNA analysis. It's not saying that at all. Just look at the at what's being said. You have a body, and for your body to be alive, it needs blood. So somehow, again, in their understanding, and obviously we would agree with this, even in our modern scientific context, if your body loses enough blood, you are going to die. Okay, they could experience that. They could see that. They could see the effect of losing blood leading to death. So that, in that sense, hey, there's something about the blood, again, in their own, ancient worldview. There's something about this liquid that flows in our bodies. It's not like sweat. It's not like spit. It's not even like semen. There's something different about this substance that we have to have this in our bodies or else we are going to die. So the conception was that there's life here. This is what keeps your body alive. It's what gives it life, keeps your body alive. This is the fluid God has given you for this purpose. So blood represents life. And therefore, in a sacrificial system, it can protect a human who violates God's laws or violates sacred space by means of substitutively purging that person from their impurity, from the violation. So Levine, I have a little quote from Levine here. He says, basic to the theory of sacrifice in ancient Israel, as in many other ancient societies, was the notion of substitution. The sacrifice substituted for an individual human life or for the lives of the members of the community in situations where God could have exacted the life of the offender or anyone else for that matter. Indeed, all who stood in God's immediate presence risked becoming the object of divine wrath. And we've seen this before. That's the end of the quote. I mean, we've seen this before in other things we've looked at in Leviticus. So what sacrifice meant conceptually was that God will accept the blood of another life, in this case an animal, on behalf of the blood that he could exact from you. Okay, it's in lieu of your life that God will accept this other life. So I think this is just an important observation. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but if any of you out there who are listening to this have done any reading on sort of how modern scholarship, and even within evangelicalism, views the atonement of Christ, it amazes me how so many scholars and people try to rid the theology of atonement from substitution. Substitutionary atonement somehow has become offensive in our culture, probably, again, because it involves blood. And so we have different views of the atonement. There's the ransom theory, there's the good guy theory, good life theory, example theory. Look, I'm not saying that the atonement doesn't include some of these other aspects. What I am saying is that you do not understand atonement, and no Israelite would have thought about atonement the way you're thinking about it if you divorce substitution from it. That is intrinsic to the whole idea. And as, again, these blood sacrifices are in some way typological of what Jesus did, if you are stripping out the principle of substitutionary atonement totally from the atonement picture, you're not understanding it the way an ancient Israelite would have understood it, because that would have been the first thing that an ancient Israelite thought of with the concept of purging someone from their impurity. I'm in trouble. I am in heap big trouble because I have violated sacred space, and God could demand my life. But God has said, I won't do that if you bring a substitute life in your place, this list of animals or whatever. That is intrinsic to the whole idea. It's not the only thing that atonement is about, but it is certainly an important part. And for modern thinkers, quote unquote, modern, people who are just offended by the idea, trying to redefine the atonement in terms of trying to define substitution out of the concept, that is foreign to biblical thinking. It just is. That no Israelite would have ever looked at it the way you're looking at it if that's where you're at. Verses 13 to 15, one thing here that's kind of interesting. This, I'll just read it to you. Anyone else of the people of Israel or the strangers who sojourn among them, who takes in hunting any beast or bird that may be eaten, shall pour out its blood and cover it with earth. For the life of every creature is its blood is its life. Therefore I have said to the people of Israel, you shall not eat the blood of any creature, for the life of every creature is its blood. Whoever eats it shall be cut off. So, again, just don't consume blood. And then here in verse 15, and every person who eats what dies of itself, like let's say they come across a dead animal out there in the field, or that which was torn by beasts. They come across a mauled animal or something that was attacked. Every person who encounters this or who eats from one of these cases, one of these animals in these cases, whether he's native or a sojourner, shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening, then he shall be clean. But if he does not wash them or bathe his flesh, he shall bear his iniquity. In other words, this is going to put you in a state of uncleanness. Again, pretty clear, but there's this odd phrase here about, again, even if you're out, and you're hunting or whatever, and you kill an animal, and it's okay if it's not a sacrifice, to kill it for food, whatever, you have to drain the blood. The life, the blood of the animal is supposed to be poured out on the earth, or just pour it out on the ground, verse 13, and then cover the blood with dirt. Cover the blood with earth. Now, commentators have looked at this and thought, why? I mean, what's up with that? Now, there are a number of theories. Milgram lists a couple, and he tells you, again, which ones he thinks are crazy, which ones he thinks are worth thinking about. And there's two that he lists that I'm going to give here, because I think I don't think they're mutually exclusive, and I think they both sort of work together and they make sense. One idea is that you cover the blood of this animal you've killed out in the field with dirt so that, again, conceptually, the blood would be returned to God. So in other words, God allowed you, the life of this animal, because you need food and that sort of thing. So God gave this creature life so that, you could someday, kill it and eat it to sustain your own life. And part of you recognizing that is pouring the blood out on the ground, dressing it, draining the blood there, and then covering it with dirt so that it goes back to God. Again, this sort of honorific act, to honor this animal, and of course God giving it to you. So that I think there's something there. Again, that makes sense. Just again in conceptually in the way they looked at things, and the way Genesis describes things about things being for the sustenance of human life and whatnot. Again, that makes sense. It's workable. Again, it's sort of a commemorative act there to help remind you hey, this is why you even have food. Life is from God, and here it comes from the ground, the dust of the ground, kind of thing, and that the earth yielded these things for you at God's behest. This is the way God has designed things. So now you cover it with dirt and don't consume it. It goes back to God. The second idea is that so that the blood would never be used in ritual, divinatory rites, what scholars would call chthonic rites. Chthonic is a term that refers to dealing with earth substances, that for, again, divinatory purposes. So again, we don't want the blood to be used for any sort of ritual divinatory acts, and so you cover it with dirt. In other words, you pollute the blood so that it can't be used in divination. You make it dirty. Okay, it's not pure, quote unquote. Now, I think, again, that idea is worthy of consideration too, because if anyone in an ancient culture, either in Israel or somebody else who's out there, in some other place where they happen to be hunting, to discourage this blood being used or, quote, given to or given back to a foreign deity, to discourage that, we cover it with dirt. Again, I think there's something to that. And I don't think these ideas are mutually exclusive. The ban, again, on using blood in ritual or divinatory acts implies that blood, because blood is life, and because only Yahweh, the God of Israel, is the life giver, and no other deity can legitimately claim to be the life giver, blood, which is life, should only go back to God. It should only go back to its maker. Either in sacrifice, you splash the blood on the altar. If here in this context, we cover it with dirt so that no other deity can receive it, and it can be used for the contact of or worship of any other deity. So I think that is a coherent way to look at what seems, again, to be sort of an odd command here. But again, they believe in an animate, supernatural world that intersects with our world. And so this is something, because it's given by the life giver, it has life, it's valuable, it should be given back only to the maker and no one else, no other deity. That it actually becomes sort of a worship, again, a thing to honor God by doing this. And I think that's why it's here in Leviticus. Well, let's jump into Leviticus 18 for a little bit. Leviticus 18, if you've ever read this isn't going to surprise you, but this is the most complete collection of sexual laws, again, prohibited sexual relationships within the Torah. Again, there's a lot of them in there. We're not going to parse every one of them because, frankly, a lot of them are pretty self-explanatory. But I think, some of the logic here needs to be pointed out. Why do you have forbidden sexual relationships at all? Well, there are a couple of reasons. One was it had the effect of sort of delimiting or building the boundaries of what was conceived of as the immediate family the family unit versus the extended family, people that would sort of become part of your family through marriage. Well, that was different than family members that were close relatives. In other words, your own kids, okay? That kind of thing, the ones that you brought into being, so on and so forth. So these laws have the effect of defining what constitutes the immediate family, that is, sexual relationships are forbidden within immediate family members or among immediate family members outside the husband, the man, and his wife or wives, okay? And again, you can't, it's part of the logic why you don't take someone else's wife, you don't commit adultery, you don't take someone else's wife and make them your own, because that you're violating a family, an immediate, family boundary there. Now, outside, again, the man and his wife or wives and their children, outside of, again, those sorts of boundaries, you could marry within the extended family members, what the Old Testament patriarchal culture would refer to as the mishpacha, the clan. Okay. In fact, those marriages were actually encouraged because they, again, magnified or grew the extended family, and they created more immediate families within the context of the greater clan. So the sexual laws have a way of defining which group is which and what are the boundaries between the groups, that sort of thing. So Levine says here, for instance, quote, "The immediate family was formed by a man who married one or more wives, thereby initiating the process of procreation. This conception of the family explains why the regulations governing sexual behavior were addressed to the male." Again, there's always male language in these Leviticus passages. They're addressed to the male as the head of the family rather than somebody else, because the male had more sort of immediate control over the situation, again, respecting these boundaries. Now, let's talk a little bit about a couple of these things. Again, I'm not going to read through the whole chapter. You could do that, again, about uncovering the nakedness of XYZ. There's a whole listing of these. Let's talk about a couple. Let's talk about incest. Now, Levine, again, I think has a nice handy way of parsing this and describing this. And so I'm going to quote him again, then just sort of branch off from this. Levine writes, "Two principles govern the definition of incest in the code of chapter 18 and through the rest of the Torah." Because, let me just stop here. You get this question all the time. Well, isn't marrying like your second cousin, isn't that incest? Well, it might be incest by our cultural boundaries. But again, within the patriarchal culture of the Old Testament, these chapters describe what is the immediate family and what is not. So again, back to Levine here. So there's two principles that govern what is incest and what isn't within the Torah. Number one, she'er, that's the Hebrew term for flesh relations in Levine's parlance here. She'er, which sometimes is known as consanguinal or blood relations. And number two, erva, which is the word for nakedness. This is a euphemism for sexuality. Again, continuing with Levine, the nuclear family was founded on 6 she'er relatives: mother, father, son, daughter, brother, and sister. That was the immediate family. We learned this indirectly from the code of purity governing the Israelite priesthood. According to Leviticus 21:2 and 3, an ordinary priest, usually forbidden to defile himself through contact with a corpse, was, nevertheless, permitted to attend the burial of any one of these 6 relatives. Again, this is the near family. Levine continues, the she'er relationship is extended in 18:12-13 from Leviticus 21 to include the sister of one's father or mother. The she'er relatives are in a different category from the members of the family related by affinity, those who become a man's relatives by marriage. The basic principle regulating sexual union with affinity relatives is conveyed by the term erva, nakedness. The only exception is levirate marriage, which according to Deuteronomy 25:5-10 is something you do if, again, you have a situation where a woman's husband has died and there's no one, really, to take, their place. Again, the concern was to keep the man's name alive and his descendants and his heritage, his property, all that stuff. And so the levirate system was there to take care of that. Levin says that's really the only exception here. So you have, again, to summarize what Levin is saying, you have she'er relationships, mother, father, son, daughter, brother, sister, and then non-she'er relationships. And the prohibition against having sexual relationships with those that are near to you, again, is expressed with phrases like uncovering someone's nakedness. Again, that's just the idiomatic way of expressing it. But there's a certain logic to both groups. Now, two notes here that I think are really worth pointing out because I think listeners will find them interesting. If you look at the language here in Leviticus 18, where you have the phrase uncovering the nakedness of, all over the place, you have it through the chapter. If you look at the instances where the passage talks about uncovering the nakedness of one's father or uncovering the nakedness of one's uncle. And of course, that would mean having sex with, your father's wife or your uncle's wife. In other words, it's beyond voyeurism. This is the idiomatic expression of, to have sexual relationships with your mom, your father's wife or your uncle's wife. If you take that, now think about the term uncovering the nakedness, okay, that idiomatic expression, the verb there, uncovering. If you go to Leviticus 20, here's what you read. If a man takes his sister, a daughter of his father or a daughter of his mother, and sees her nakedness. Now it's not uncovering nakedness, it's seeing nakedness. And she sees his nakedness, it is a disgrace. And they shall be cut off in the sight of the children of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, and he shall bear his iniquity. Now you see what that verse does. That verse equates seeing someone's nakedness and uncovering someone's nakedness. They're synonymous idiomatic expressions in that passage. And you say, well, who cares? Why point this out? Well, I would suggest that you take this back to Genesis 9. The sin of Ham, and Noah, and Ham commits this heinous crime, but Ham isn't the one punished. Canaan is. His son is punished. And people have wondered for generations, what in the world's going on with that? Well, how does this make any sense? Now, again, here we go again. I could post an article to this on this, on the blog, and now since I brought it up, I'll do that. But I would suggest to you that you read this article. I think it presents a compelling case that what Ham does is not just merely looking at his father's naked body, at Noah's naked body. It's also not having incestual sex with Noah. In other words, homosexual incest with his father, violating his father that way. But he sees the nakedness of his father. And what that means in Leviticus language is that he has maternal incestual relationships. He has sex with his mom. And the reason Canaan is punished is because Canaan is the product of that union. Again, that might kind of blow your minds right now, but that's why I'll post the article. It's quite compelling. It explains the logic of what not only Ham does, why Canaan is cursed instead of Ham. Canaan is cursed because when Ham does this, when you take the leader's wife or wives, think of David, think of Absalom, okay? When you do this, you're asserting that you are now taking control of the tribe. You are taking control of, again, what belongs to the patriarch. You are usurping that position for your own. So this was a move on the part of Ham to take control of the family after the flood, to take control away from Noah. So he violates his mother. He takes his dad's wife, his woman, and says, I am the leader now. He tells his brothers, and the brothers, so they can distance themselves from the whole thing. They go in and they even go backward. They go in and they cover their father's nakedness. In other words, they cover their mom, okay, to make it clear that they have no participation. They oppose what's going on here. And then when Noah discovers what has happened, he curses not Ham, he curses Canaan. Basically, he's cutting off with a curse Ham's line that Ham would have thought, now I'm building my own dynasty here. This is my child by my mom's womb. Noah curses it and says, we're going to put a stop to that right now. So again, read the article, but I wanted to mention it here because the language here in Leviticus 18, along with Leviticus 20, contributes, I think, to understanding what's going on in Genesis 9. Again, that was a bit of a rabbit trail, but I think it's interesting. Second thing to bring up here is why in Leviticus 18, let's go down to, verse 19. You shall not approach, here we are smack dab in this list of who not to have sex with and why and when. It says, you shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness while she's in her menstrual uncleanness. Again, because you're going to be infected, you'll be ritually impure. Okay, verse 20. And you shall not lie sexually with your neighbor's wife, and so make yourself unclean with her. And not only would you be impure, but that's also adultery because she's married to another man. Verse 21. You shall not give any of your children to offer them to Molech, and so profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. I am Yahweh. Verse 22, you shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And you shall not lie with any animal, so that you make yourself unclean with it. Neither shall any woman give herself to an animal to lie with it. It is perversion. Now, here's the question. Why is homosexuality not grouped with the preceding list of sexual relations that were prohibited? Why is it instead grouped with the abominations of child sacrifice and bestiality? Again, because they just seem so much worse than the stuff that has preceded. Why is homosexuality grouped in that bunch? Well, a little bit of background here. And again, I'm not going to go off too far on a lecture on homosexuality and ancient attitudes toward it. Other cultures, this is Israel. Israel is an exception here across the board, but other cultures allowed homosexual sex. In other words, it wasn't severely punished, even though it was generally looked down upon. It really depended on the context, because a man, for instance, could rape another man to degrade them, to bring them into submission, or to establish, like with the Greek pederasty system, to establish sort of an order of authority and submission with their younger male charges that they were training to be warriors, that kind of thing. It was just something that you all had this done to you until you sort of grew up, and now you were the aggressor. You were the one that was going to, again, teach in this, again, to what sounds to my ear like a very perverse way of teaching. You're going to teach, submission, male authority, the pecking order, so to speak, in this culture through this act. This is, again, I'm just using the Greeks for an example. This didn't happen, across the board in ancient cultures, but that's sort of a handy example. That sort of activity was not looked down upon in certain cultures because it was just, again, part of, this is how you teach authority. Okay? You humble these other young boys, these young men, and this is part of their training, again, to be warriors. Okay, so that wasn't something you'd punish. It was one of the contexts that in ancient cultures allow for this. Now, Israel never allows for again, the homosexual act in any of these contexts at all. So Israel's kind of unique in this regard, and commentators, again, are very familiar with this. It was homosexual sex, though, was looked poorly upon. It was derided when in the cases of the male who was in the submissive role. In other words, the male who was penetrated or violated, and not so much the penetrator, because that was the aggressor. That, he was, again, establishing power. So males were just generally not supposed to play the submissive role of women. And so when you had that situation, then broadly speaking in ancient culture, homosexuality was looked down upon in that setting. So it could be looked down on in some setting and not looked down on in others. It just depended on the context. Now, lesbianism never really gets the same attention, especially in the ancient Near East, doesn't get much attention at all. And I think, now this is just me talking, I'm going to explain this in a moment. I think it's likely because, this is going to sound really odd, because no children were lost or killed, in quotation marks. You say, well, what the heck are you talking about? I mean, what in the world's going on with that? Children killed through homosexuality? That doesn't make any sense at all. That's just terrible to say. Well, again, we're not speaking literally, or we're not speaking, again, the language of the way a modern person would think about sex. Just hold that thought. I'll get to it in a moment, what I mean by that. I'm going to have a quote here from Milgram that I think, again, helps, and then we'll return to some of my own personal thoughts about why homosexuality gets lumped in with these other offenses. But Milgram says, the difference between biblical legislation and other Near Eastern laws must not be overlooked. The Bible allows for no exceptions. All acts of sodomy are prohibited, whether performed by rich or poor, high or low status, citizen or alien. So it has these cultural allowances. This is me talking now. These cultural allowances that you're going to see in other parts of the ancient world, they did not apply in ancient Israel. Back to Milgram. He says, many theories have been propounded to provide a rationale for this prohibition. Again, this across-the-board prohibition. One must surely exist, since this absolute ban on homosexual intercourse is unique not only in the Bible, but as shown in Olean's study, to the entire ancient Near Eastern classical world. Again, Israel is the exception. To be sure, Milgram again, a rationale is given with staccato emphasis, the pollution of the land, in the concluding exhortation, again, in these chapters of Leviticus, but that does not explain the individual prohibitions in the list. Okay? Now, dropping down a little bit in the quotation here, some of the explanations that have been offered. Again, the connection with idolatry, maybe that's the reason. Milgram also includes the blurring of boundaries, again, between the genders. Maybe that's an explanation. Wasting of male semen, maybe that's an explanation. The mixing of semen with other defiling liquids, again, in homosexual intercourse, on the grounds that they don't share sort of the same properties, or one represents life and excrement would represent death. Maybe that's going on in the ancient mind. Maybe that's the reason for a total prohibition. Again, he just goes through a number of these options, and then he says this: the common denominator of all the prohibitions, I submit, this is Milgram, is that they involve the emission of semen for the purpose of copulation, resulting in either incest and illicit progeny, or, as in this case, lack of progeny. Again, homosexual relationships, or the destruction of progeny in the case of Molech worship. In a word, the theme is procreation. This rationale fully complements and presupposes, again, the laws of Leviticus 15, 16, and 18. Semen emission per se is not forbidden. It just defiles, again, ritually. But purificatory rites can follow. But in certain cases of sexual congress, it is strictly forbidden, and severe consequences must follow. End of quote. Now here's why, again, with that as a backdrop, and what I've said earlier, here's why I think, this is just me talking now, why I think homosexuality, instead of being listed in the forefront of Leviticus 18, gets lumped in with offering your children to Molech and bestiality and that sort of thing. I think that the logic, the rationale is this: homosexuality and bestiality were A, contrary to creation order. That is, you're copulating with someone or something else where procreation could not be the result. In other words, it couldn't produce children. So therefore, it's contrary to creation order. And B, killing children was also contrary to procreation. So what I'm getting at here is the pre-scientific idea that the child was resident in the man, in their semen, the seed. The child was deposited by the man into the womb of a woman, and there it would grow, and it would grow into life, and then it would be born. It's procreation. That is impossible in homosexuality, and so homosexuality gets viewed as causing the loss of life, because you're having semen emitted that cannot produce life. It is prohibited from producing life. Again, because the view is that the man is depositing a child in the woman's womb so it can grow. And if that sexual act is in a context of copulation where that child cannot, I hate to use the planting metaphor, take root and grow, again, these ancient concepts, then you're essentially killing it. Because the end of that child is going to be death, because it's not in the womb of a woman. You can't have it in the womb of an animal, okay, or again, inside another man. And that is the inherent logic to this wholesale, again, prohibition. So what you have here is, again, homosexuality is looked upon negatively for two reasons, again, in the Torah. Again, it's contrary to creation order because creation, the sexual act, is ultimately designed for procreation. And that's not to say that you're never supposed to have sex. Biblical people thought you couldn't have sex for pleasure. Okay? I mean, there is the Song of Solomon. There is, Paul's talk in 1 Corinthians 7 about orienting sexual behavior with pleasure in the context of marriage. Okay, we get that. We're going back here to the ultimate purpose of copulation, and that was producing children. Okay? So if you're doing it in a context where you can't produce children, that is contrary to creation order. And secondly, it ends up, in the case of bestiality and homosexuality, it ends up terminating the life of the child that was thought to be deposited in the womb. It's like killing. It's like murder. That's why it gets grouped where it groups. Now, I also think this is why lesbian relationships get no attention. Again, because in a lesbian relationship, you don't have the loss of life because there's no semen involved. And so that, again, is something that just, it wasn't a concern. Now, Paul later on is going to, talk about lesbian relationships. But here in the Old Testament, in the context of, again, delineating what the immediate family is and what the extended family is and why you have an immediate family and why you shouldn't, have sexual relations within the immediate family. The immediate family is to create children with your wife and nobody else. The extended family, that's something different. You can marry into the clan. All that stuff is about procreation and copulation. So it has nothing to do with lesbian relationships, because it's just not a question. Semen is not in the picture. And so I think that's why lesbian relationships in the Torah just don't get any attention at all. Now, later on, Paul, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, in those two elements are the biblical rationale behind condemning homosexuality. Now, in today's scientific context, the second one doesn't work because we know that children, whole persons, are not in the male, in the sperm. Okay, we know that. We know where babies come from. We know what genetics is all. We know all this. So the second part of the rationale goes by the wayside. It doesn't work. The first one, though, is still intact, and that is this is contrary to creation order. And that is actually the basis of what Paul says in Romans 1. Paul doesn't link this with killing and kids dying, and he doesn't do any of that. Okay? So what Paul's tracking on in that chapter, and what, again, becomes the theological rationale in the New Testament for opposing homosexuality, and also to be consistent with the Old Testament. But at the core of it, Paul's argument, and he includes both types of homosexual relationship, which is significant. He includes men with men, women with women, doing that which is unnatural. His argument is that doing this is contrary to creation order. You're not exercising this gift of God for the reason that God wanted you to have it, the reason why he gave it to you. So this is contrary to God's design. That is at the heart of the New Testament thinking about homosexuality. Whereas in the Old Testament, this other aspect becomes a little more clear, even though it's odd to us. And it really results from, again, a pre-scientific conception of where babies come from. But that's why it was viewed as such a heinous thing, just across the board, because it terminated life. And it belongs with other things that prevent life or take life. That's the rationale in the Old Testament. Now, to wrap up here, again, both of those were sort of, one was kind of a rabbit trail. The other one, I think, was more germane to Leviticus 18. But to wrap up here, just a couple things, again, that you can think about how they relate to us. And again, just to sort of recap for interest. I hope you noticed in Leviticus 17 anyway, you had a severe punishment for violating rules of sacred space. These sorts of violations of how you worship God were viewed as very serious, to the point of having this karat idea attached to the violation. Now, it's natural for us to see God as more tolerant today, but I think at the very least we could take a hint about examining what it is we do in worship. Maybe we could give it more of a God focus and not a worshiper focus. Because a lot of what happens in church, again, I'm not saying this is intentional, this is sinister or anything like that. I think it just happens. A lot of what happens in church is really focused on the experience of the worshiper. Even though the goal is, again, to worship God, I think that's still there. That's still, at least in many churches, is still going to be the motivation. But the way things are conducted really focus on the experience of the worshiper as opposed to the object of worship. We judge good worship by whether we are bored or not. That's really foreign to a biblical mindset. It wasn't about either being entertained or even having your senses excited, or however you want to put that. It was really about doing things to show God that we assign importance to Him and not ourselves. That we're thinking about what He wants from us and not what we hope to get out of the sermon. Again, that sort of thing. So I think we can at least take that hint from what's going on in Leviticus here. Secondly, since we are sacred space, and we've talked about this concept before, since we are sacred space, the juxtaposition of these two chapters, think about it, sacred space rules, and then you have sexual boundary rules. I think the juxtaposition of those two concepts is worth noting. This is, again, part of the logic why Paul talks about if you he links, fornication with sinning against your own body because you're the temple. Again, this is the language from 1 Thessalonians 4, language of 1 Corinthians 3, 1 Corinthians 6. Again, there's something going on in Paul's head as to why he links these things. And I think the juxtaposition here of Leviticus 17 and 18 are part of what's floating around in his head. And thirdly, sexual prohibitions should not be viewed as arbitrary. They had a logic to them that was pro-life and pro-family. Again, sex wasn't exclusively focused on personal pleasure or personal convenience. Again, the pleasure part is going to go without saying, and that's not prohibited, again, within the boundaries of the biblical family, biblical morality. That's not divorced from the picture, but the ultimate focus was on producing life and producing family. So I think, again, in our culture, it's basically sort of a sex-crazed culture. We tend to view any prohibition on any pleasure we can experience as totally mean and arbitrary. And then, of course, people beat up the Bible for this. It wasn't. These passages are not written so that space is devoted to being mean. They're written to reinforce a worldview that elevated the production of and care for human life. I think that's just an important takeaway from these two chapters.
Mike, this is such a hot topic in the Christian community. I'm trying to frame my question and thoughts on this here. In dealing with Leviticus 20:13, when dealing with the actual punishment of homosexuality. In the New Testament, though, I know it's brought up a few times, but it's not necessarily punishable.
Right.
And so by accepting Jesus, I'm wondering if do you know where I'm going with this?
Well, I'm not sure, but in the New Testament you lose the theocratic context, and it would depend on what the person was exposed to, and I even hate to call like Greek medicine scientific, because if you read Hippocrates, we drift off into the head covering thing again. That the woman's hair has something to do with fecundity. They're not science. They're not doing science there. Okay, it might be better than what it was, but at the very least, the theocratic context of this is taken away, and so you don't have really a situation where the community can be governed in any sort of meaningful or secure way in a theocratic system. And in fact, I'm not familiar with Roman law enough to say that, hey, if a group of Jewish elders, punished a homosexual person with death, would that have been a violation of Roman law? I don't really know. But in any event, you don't read things like that in the New Testament. And that's actually, if you really think about it, that's actually a good thing, because there's opportunity, again, for to come to faith, repentance. Yes, you're going to have a struggle with this or that. Everybody has different struggles because, again, this is me talking. I think that the New Testament theology about sin is that it does have something to do with residing in the flesh, in your body, and its impulses. This is how sin is talked about. We all have our own specific impulses that we have to deal with. So, even if I'm genetically heterosexual, that's where I need to watch my urges. Well, someone homosexual who's a homosexual, I think, can say the same thing. This is in some part genetic. This is in some part what I am in terms of my body, my flesh, my makeup. Okay. Again, I don't think there's any reason to deny that. But just as God can tell me, okay, you're this by birth, so control it. Again, I think he has the right to say you're that by birth, so control it. That kind of thing. I don't think modern science, in other words, trumps the biblical teaching on these things, even though from one testament to the other, the logic of them is not presented the same way.
Is there any literature outside the Bible of how Christians treated homosexuals in that time period?
There is. I think the best thing on this is Robert. His last name is Gagnon. He's a professor at somewhere in Pittsburgh. It's either Duquesne or Pittsburgh Seminary, but it's a Catholic school, I think, but I don't know if he's Catholic. But anyway, Gagnon has presented just a voluminous amount of material on homosexuality in the ancient world. And so let me just get the title up here so I don't mistake it, because he's got a couple of books, but there's one that's sort of his big introduction to this: The Bible and Homosexual Practice, Texts and Hermeneutics. This book is quite exhaustive It is, if I can look at it here real quickly, I have it in my office. It's over 500 pages, and it has a lot of background material. There are other books that deal exclusively like with ancient Near Eastern attitudes and law codes, about homosexuality. But within the Christian community, across the Testaments, within Judaism and Christianity, Gagnon's book is the one to get. And he asserts, and frankly demonstrates, that there is no instance within the like a practicing Jewish community in the ancient world, there's no instance of homosexual relationships being looked upon positively. Again, because they're oriented by the Torah. It's kind of obvious. But he does the same thing with the Christian context, because Christianity grew out of Judaism, so they're linked to the Torah there as well. But again, you have a lot of Gentile involvement. So he goes into the Gentile material, again, showing the various attitudes. And Gentiles were, again, generally tolerant, depending on the circumstance of homosexuality, depending on the class, the culture, the context in which it occurs, who's the aggressor, who's the one who's not, all these factors. And so the early church has to, it's going to be including a lot of these people, within the believing community who did not grow up thinking like Torah, when it comes to this. And so Gagnon does address, again, how thinkers and writers and leaders in the early church articulated these sorts of things and how they thought about them in light of more so the New Testament, especially Paul, as opposed to necessarily the Old Testament.
And how do modern day Jews deal with punishment?
It's gonna depend on the community. Like Reform Judaism would be very open, to like homosexual rabbis and homosexual activity. You're more, what would be called conservative Judaism would have a very negative view of it. Would refer to it as sin. I hate to, I only know one example of this where I've actually heard someone say it, but Ben Shapiro, who's a talk show host in Seattle, Jewish fellow, conservative. He's not Hasidic, but he's conservative. I've heard him a number of times just referring to homosexuality as sin. So he would be representative of that wing of Judaism. Certainly, Hasidic community would view it as sin, but it's going to be like the Christian world. You get sort of a spectrum of, what the attitudes are, and even down to, okay, what about the orientation versus the activity? Those conversations also go on within a Jewish context as well.
Do any of them adhere to Leviticus 20:13, where they shall surely be put to death? I mean,
no, I don't. It's the same thing again, because you've lost the Judaism of today is in many respects dissimilar to Judaism or Israelite practice in the Old Testament, because not only do you not have a temple, you also don't have a secure priesthood to make these judgments. You also don't have a theocratic community in any sense. So while they can look at the Torah and say, look, the Torah condemns this, so don't do it, when it comes to like specific crimes and punishments within the theocratic context, they're just not doing that. I don't know that I've ever heard an instance in the Jewish community in the Western world, and frankly, I've just never heard it, where someone is actually punished today, again in a modern context, that way for homosexuality, although it's condemned in plenty of cases.
Yeah, I find that interesting that there's some correlation between the Quran there, whether people take it, the radicals take it literal.
Yeah, and a lot of other Muslims, would not. It just if you're sort of a westernized Muslim and you don't have jihad on the brain, all the time, and that's not how you define what the meaning of the Quran is. And again, and those Muslims typically are, again, very very westernized. Another Muslim might say, well, you're a liberal Muslim, or whatever the term used is, but they're westernized. They know we're not living in the 6th century anymore, but yet they want to be Muslim. They want to practice, the other principles of Islam that are there that don't involve jihad. You're going to get much more tolerance in that respect than you would, a radicalized element.